nationalities, 78 medals, 38 bronze medals already confirmed. But it's all down to today to find out who wins gold, who wins silver at the Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. It's now or never for each and every man and woman in this competition. Hello and welcome along. It's the fifth and final day of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025. We are live from the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. And this is what we have for you in the afternoon session. It's Minakshi against Farzona Fozilova. And then we have Preeti Pawar against Sirine Charrabi. Then Aziza Zokirova against Arundhati Choudhary, who won a TKO in her semi-final before this. Melissa Gemini in action against Emma Greentree from Australia. We'll also have Oltinoy Sotimboeva against Nupur Shion. And then we move on to the men with Asilbek Jalilov facing Mandengbam Jadumani Singh. Samandar Olimov against Pawan Barhwal. Another Indian participation in Abhinash facing Shion Nishiyama. Ankush will be in action against Olimov Shitu. And then we'll finish off with a fascinating bout between Nusrat Beg Zokirova and Isaac Oko. Let's head along and hear what the president of the Boxing Federation of India, Ajay Singh, has had to say.
देखिए, इससे बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस तो शायद इंडियन टीम की कभी हुई नहीं है और बहुत ही खुशी की बात है कि हमारे अभी तक 9 बॉक्सर फाइनल में पहुंच चुके हैं। जिस प्रकार से हमारे बॉक्सर्स खेल रहे हैं इस समय, इसमें कोई शक की बात ही नहीं है कि भारत एक बहुत बड़ी शक्ति बॉक्सिंग में बन गया है। देखिए, और इसी प्रकार की तैयारी होगी। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम चैम्पियनशिप्स में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बढ़िया से बढ़िया इनको कोचिंग मिलेगी, सबसे अच्छा न्यूट्रिशन मिलेगा, सबसे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ मिलेंगी। तो हर प्रकार से कोई भी कमी हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। और जो हमारे बॉक्सर्स हैं ऑलरेडी दुनिया में आज भारत की टीम नंबर 3 रैंक पे है। कुछ वर्ष पहले 44 रैंक पे भारत थी और आज नंबर 3 पे है। तो जिस प्रकार से हम आगे बढ़े हैं उसी प्रकार से हम मेहनत करते रहेंगे और आप देखेंगे कुछ ही वर्षों में भारत नंबर 1 टीम दुनिया की उभर कर सामने आएगी।
Got a glimpse there of some of the competitors who will be cheered on by this partisan crowd. And they'll also be waiting in the evening session for their glimpse of the 51 kg finalist from India, Sirine. Let's find out how she's prepared for this day.
आज अच्छा लगा मुझे जीत के सेमीफाइनल बाउट और फाइनल्स में एंटर किया मैंने एंड टुमारो आई विल बी फेसिंग चाइनीज टैप इन द फाइनल। होपफुली वहां से गोल्ड मेडल जीत के अपने देश का नाम रोशन करूं। बहुत खुशी हो रही है, लंबे गैप के बाद फाइनल्स में पहुंची हूं, वो भी होम क्राउड के सामने। और होम क्राउड का इतना सपोर्ट रहा है, सम रियली थैंकफुल फॉर ऑल ऑफ देम जो आए हैं, मुझे सपोर्ट किया है उन्होंने एंड उनकी उम्मीदों पे मैं कल खड़ी उतरूंगी। 2023 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में मैं होम क्राउड के सामने वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनी थी, तो आज फिर से वो मौका मिला है, तो होपफुली वही मैं रिपीट करना चाहती हूँ और अपने देश का नाम रोशन करना चाहूँगी।
This is going to be fabulous. The first bout of the day pits the world champion Minakshi, who will be up against the reigning Asian champion Farzona Fozilova from Uzbekistan. It's the women's 48 kgs, the final to get us going on the final day, the fifth and final day. Smattering of crowd in today, lots and lots of Indian flags. Some service personnel also out in the middle. 15 Indian finalists, the first of them in action soon. Minakshi.
Representing India, Minakshi.
She's already had a fabulous 2025. Gold at the World Boxing Championships in Liverpool. Also won silver at the World Boxing Cup in Astana in Kazakhstan. And now assured of a silver, but she'll be gunning for gold, that's for sure. Also the reigning women's national champion in India.
Blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Fozilova for Noida.
Farzona, Fozilova, an outstanding victory in the semi-finals where she beat the experienced Hanna Okota from Ukraine. She's been a three-time Asian Under-22 champion, and she also won the Asian Championships gold when it was contested last year in Chiang Mai, Thailand.
Against Jennifer, Judge 1 from Croatia, Judge 2 from Mongolia, Judge 3 from Mexico, Judge 4 from Bulgaria,
Official
Judge
Jennifer
5 from
Huggins of Canada
Australia.
taking control of this particular match. And these are the two teams which will feature most prominently in the finals today. India in 15 of the 20 finals across the men's and women's sections. And Uzbekistan, Fozilova is the first of 9 finalists from the Central Asian nation. India already assured of the maximum medals haul, but they'll be looking to get the maximum number of golds. Ideally start with a bang here with Minakshi in red. Soak in the atmosphere, as I'm sure Minakshi is sure to do. In red against Fozilova in blue, who will be the early aggressor in this bout. It'll also help settle whatever nerves each of them has. There's a distinct pressure with being the home favorite as well, which Minakshi might face, especially in the early stages. Definitely looking to be as assertive as possible is Minakshi. What a fabulous rise up the ranks it has been for this young boxer from Rohtak in Haryana. And it's big shoes to fill. This is the exact weight category which was occupied for so many years with distinction by the legendary MC Mary Kom. Fozilova also trying her best to hit her on the counter as often as possible, but Minakshi so far with good speed. Definitely looking to make things as difficult as possible for the Indian boxer in red. Minakshi was a fairly comfortable victor against Pak Chorong of Korea in the semi-finals. Chorong winning 1 of 5 bronze medals for Korea. No Korean fighter in the finals today, which will be a disappointment for the Asians. An all-Asian clash to get us going on finals day here at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. An ending event, as it were, especially with regards to the World Cups. Federations and boxers qualifying on the basis of the performance right through the year in different stages of the World Cup. Some matches in Poland, some in Kazakhstan, and one in Brazil at the start of the year. It's been positive stuff from both. Just towards the end of it, a few too many occasions when the two boxers have gotten entangled. But Minakshi's got to be quite happy with the way that first round has gone. Certainly started it much brighter than her opponent. Got some good punches in, facing off against the current Asian champion. But she's the world champion. That has to count for something, and definitely packed a punch, especially with that left following it up with a ferocious right on a couple of occasions. Just helps her set it up. The Haryana Police Constable currently on top, laying the law of the land inside the ring. Minakshi with a 5-0 lead. All 5 judges in her favour after the first 180 seconds of this bout. World Boxing President on your screens, alongside the Boxing Federation of India President to his right. Farzona, Fozilova has it all to do now. Trying her best to be bright, especially off the blocks in this second round. But a slight height advantage in this match for Minakshi, which she's utilizing well. And she's definitely utilizing that right quite usefully. A very orthodox stance in that she leads with her left foot. Most of her weight on that left as she swoops in for those punches with the right. It seemed to have more of an effect. Again connecting. Been a good, relaxed and judicious mix of caution and aggression from the Indian boxer. Of course, the lightest category among both the men's and the women's section. We'll have the men's 50, the lightest weight category for them. Little adjustment needed on the headgear, but Minakshi Huda in control at the moment. Fabulous atmosphere at the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex in Greater Noida, which has witnessed some of the world's best coming together. Some epic contests already, but these are the fights which matter. These are the bouts where gold and silver are set to be decided. Farzona, Fozilova now showing a little bit more urgency sometimes. A bit too much of it for the referee's liking. Now probably going into that stage where Minakshi Huda will start thinking about managing the rest of this bout as much as possible. There's a good chance she's going to shade this second round as well. Into the last 10 seconds. Dominating display yet again from Minakshi Huda of India. Who is likely to continue her domination of this gold medal bout in the women's 48 kg category. Started aggressively as the round wore on, just got a little bit more conservative. But that was understandable because she realized it was Fozilova who needed to chase the bout. Then closing it off with some good punching of her own. At the moment, it's Minakshi Huda in control. 2 successive rounds scored in her favor. Farzona, Fozilova has to do something quite remarkable. Force her way back into this. If it continues to stay this way, the first of the golds in this last day of action at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida will be heading India's way. Frenzied start from Fozilova, but a few good counters also set in by Minakshi Hooda. She realizes she cannot afford to get too defensive. Cannot let Fozilova have too many attacking openings in this final round. Good combination of punches from Minakshi. Fozilova left with no other option than to attack as much as possible, and that is leaving her vulnerable from time to time. Just a little over a minute away from occupying top position on the podium, unless Fozilova can pull something quite special out of the hat. And Minakshi Hooda continues to not just joust away, but also get a few good jabs in every now and then. Superb credentials for both boxers inside the ring. Fozilova, the Asian champion, somebody who vanquished a Ukrainian superstar in Hana Okota in the semi-finals, but Minakshi is the current world champion from Liverpool this year. The efforts beginning to show on both faces, but Minakshi standing firm, especially with her defense. Keeping herself as mobile as possible right through this bout. Into the last 10 seconds. Minakshi will believe she has this in the bag. An excellent 2025 just got better for Minakshi Hooda. There shall shortly be confirmation, but the crowd seems to know that Farzona Fozilova was probably not able to do enough to overturn the tide which had begun right from the start with Minakshi Hooda. And she continued to be assertive, she continued to be aggressive, and that may well have meant that India have lodged their first gold of these World Cup finals in Greater Noida 2025. We shall know shortly the official confirmation of the verdict from the judges.
70. The winner on point by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing India, Minakshi.
Minakshi Hooda, history maker at these World Cup finals in Greater Noida. The first gold goes to her, and it's a unanimous verdict. All 3 rounds captured by the Indian boxer from Rohtak, Haryana. Just the way that she went about it right from the start. Very positive, but also mixing a lot of good defense from time to time. There were some good counter punches thrown in by her Uzbek opponent as well, but Fozilova outclassed in the end by Minakshi Hooda from India. Much to the enjoyment, the enthrall of all the Indian fans who have gathered today. We'll move along to the second bout of the day. It will feature yet another Indian. It's got Preeti Pawar, who will be taking on Sirine Charrabi from Italy. This is the women's 54 kg. Decent crowds in today. Probably the best of this entire week, and not surprisingly, with a lot of Indian participation at stake. That's something that all the fans are looking forward to here at the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. Preeti getting all set to make her entry. But before that, all the officials have to
Elite
make their way to their
females,
positions.
54 kg. In the red corner, representing India, Preeti.
Asian Games gold medalist, or rather bronze medalist from 2022, Preeti Pawar, just 21 years of age. Also won gold at the Asian Under-22 Boxing Championships in 2024. And also participated at the Olympics in Paris last year. This will be a stern test for her against a very wily and experienced opponent.
Italy, Sirine, Charrabi.
World Championship bronze medalist this year in Liverpool. She also did very well at the World Cup Stage 1 in Brazil, where she got bronze in the same weight category. And of course, she's also won a silver in the Delhi World Championships in 2023. This is probably going to be a slightly closer match than the first one, where Minakshi was quite dominant from start to finish. Preeti will have to watch out for Sirine. Quite methodical in the way that she went about her matches. A great crowd, terrific presence, lots and lots of tricolors.
Round 1.
Off we go. Preeti Pawar in red, Charrabi, the Tunisian-born Italian boxer, in blue. Charrabi was excellent in beating Victoria Rogalinska of Poland in her semi-final. And of course, Preeti was also quite good in beating Huang Xiaoyan, who's been a former Olympic medalist herself. So both of them will have a lot of confidence from those last 4 encounters. Boxing herself into a corner there, Charrabi doesn't want to get stuck against Preeti, somebody who's lightning fast with her reflexes. Italy featuring twice today in the finals. Other than this, they'll also be in action in the women's 75 category. That'll also be in this afternoon session itself, when Melissa Gemini takes to the ring for the first time in this tournament, having gotten a bye straight through to the stage. Been a tricky one to call. Preeti with some early aggression, but Charrabi with all that ring craft, moving around nicely. Happy to concede the center of the ring to her Indian opponent. Good solid left, landed by Preeti. But Charrabi is managing the last portion of this bout quite well. Happy to skip about, keep herself out of punching range. Maybe she believes she's done enough in the first 3 minutes to have that lead going in her favor. Close one, and it's reflected in the way that the crowd is slightly pensive, slightly anxious to find out what's happened exactly there. Preeti Pawar with a positive start, especially that left of hers working very well. Good reach, putting Charrabi into corners, which the Italian doesn't want too often. And the 26-year-old from Italy will have to come up with a reasonable response, because this first round has been given quite happily to the Indian boxer. It's a 4-1 lead for her. Only the official from Canada going with Sirine Charrabi.
Second shot. Round 2.
Intriguing second round in the offing, where Charrabi has to change up her tactics. She has to get a bit more aggressive, but this is good from Preeti. Straight away pushing her into a corner. Charrabi tries to muscle her way back in, but then she's pinned into the other corner of the ring. Boxing of the highest order, as you would expect on finals day at any championship. These are the best who have risen through those initial rounds, beaten off all competition. Good positive strategy from the Indian boxer Preeti. Continues to punch away. This, of course, the women's 54. After this, we'll have the women's 70 kg, where Arundhati Choudhary of India will be in action against Aziza Zokirova from Uzbekistan. So yet another all-Asian clash. After this, Asia versus Europe battle. Charrabi needs to find a way to formulate an attacking plan of hers, where she can draw her Indian opponent into corners. At the moment, Preeti is dictating the pace of this. She's doing a bulk of the attacking. It might take a lot out of her, but she knows this is one final push. It's the final day. She'll go down as the World Boxing Cup Finals champion if she's able to sustain it over the next minute and then the next 3 minutes. Just been a good attacking blitz from time to time from Preeti. That has kept Charrabi chasing this, not just numerically, but also in terms of a contest. Forced into defending herself, forced into corners. It's very confident work from Preeti. Closing in on the end of yet another dominant round for Preeti Pawar from India. She's just not giving any opening whatsoever to Sirine Charrabi, her experienced opponent. Right from the start, she was punching away, she was pushing her into corners, forcing the Italian in blue to defend a lot more than she wants to at this stage. now the Canadian judge also has reversed her initial decision. And it's an overwhelming 5-love in the second round for Preeti. She's 4-0 overall, and it will take something remarkable here for Sirine Charrabi. It can happen, and it will be very interesting to see how Preeti approaches this third decisive round.
Second round.
I would think she'll continue to attack.
Final round.
Lands a good, solid, heavy left. And yet again, Charrabi forced into the corners. Not a comfortable situation to be in, especially when you know that the scoreboard pressure is on you. Another couple of good combinations. That left of hers, quite a weapon. If anything, Charrabi probably an inch or half an inch or so taller than her opponent, but she's not really been able to use any of her offensive tools effectively. It's a standing count. Goes up to 8. What an emphatic statement this is from Preeti. Would have been understandable if she had wanted to wait on this lead and see this round out, but she wants to finish on a high. It's the mark of a champion athlete. Few shots to the gut as well. Continues to pummel away at her opponent. Wonderful exhibition of attacking boxing from Preeti Pawar. Seconds away from a second goal for India, surely. Sirine Charrabi with that hug and also acknowledging the fact that she has been outclassed. Mutual respect between the two camps as well. And the Indian crowds soaking it all in, knowing that it looks likely that India have picked up a second gold for the day, with Italy having to settle for silver. As they often say, you don't actually earn silver, you lose gold. Let's wait for the official verdict, but definitely on visual evidence, this third round too was completely dominated by Preeti Pawar of India.
Result of the bout number 71. The winner on point by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing India, Preeti.
Fabulous exhibition. Very, very mature boxing from Preeti against a more experienced and seasoned opponent. But she was so good, she was so attacking right from the start. Even when she knew that the numbers were in her favor, never let off in terms of the intensity of that bout. And that's what's made for a comfortable victory in the end. The third round too going overwhelmingly in her favor, with two of the judges giving it 10-8 in her favor. Judges from Mongolia as well as Canada. Jennifer Huggins had actually given the first round to her opponent, but then switching over as the tide turned in favor of Preeti Pawar, the second champion for India at these World Cup finals. Will we see a third? Because soon the women's 70 kg finals featuring Uzbekistan's Aziza Zokirova and Arundhati Choudhary of India, who had knocked out her opponent Leonie Muller in the semi-finals a couple of days ago. Steady build-up as well. Plenty of flags, lots of chanting, lots of cheering. That is the invisible second player, in a sense, that each of the opponents that India have today, they'll have to beat. We'll have to wait until the next bout after this for the first final, which will not feature an Indian boxer.
Corner, representing Uzbekistan, Zokirova Aziza.
Now another World Championship bronze medalist from 2025. He's also won a World Silver in 2022. Comes from Jiske in Uzbekistan.
In the blue corner, representing India, Arundhati Choudhary.
It's a clash of former junior champions at world stage, because Arundhati Choudhary too has won world championships at youth level. She's in fact on the comeback trail, so this is her first major tournament in over a year, almost a year and a half. And what an impression she made in that semi-final, knocking out, or rather gaining a technical knockout against Leonie Muller, the experienced German boxer. Mohammad Abdel Salama of Egypt taking charge of this particular encounter, the women's 70 kg, where the other two medals have already gone to Ukraine and Germany. She had a bad wrist injury which required a surgery as well, and that's what she's come back from, Arundhati. She showed absolutely no rustiness in that semi-final performance in particular. So dominant. Indian boxer from Kota in Rajasthan. Known for its studiousness, and that's something that she brings into the ring. Uzbekistan versus India for a second time. The first round, in a sense, was won by India when Minakshi Hooda was quite comfortable against Farzona, Fozilova. This is looking like it has the makings of a very open contest. Both boxers looking to attack from the outset. Choudhary with a smile on her face, really enjoying this comeback trail of hers. Last significant event was the Olympic qualifiers in the earlier part of 2024, and only recently competed in a national level tournament, which brought her somewhat back into some sort of ring preparedness. Zokirova is yet another one of those who's quite young. She's got an Asian silver behind her as well. Comes from a part of the country called Jiske. Just wonder how much it weighs on the mind of the opponent when she knows that your opponent has actually landed a TKO in the previous round. No doubt each of these boxers would have watched videos or kept tabs on their opponent in their previous rounds. Couple of decent punches landed in succession. Aziza Zokirova was a winner against Anastasia Chernokolenko of Ukraine. India with 2 golds already. A silver each for Uzbekistan and Italy thus far in the first 2 bouts. Korea, Ukraine, Taipei, Poland among the bronze medal winners. And of course, with this match, we'll also have a second bronze for Ukraine and the first for Germany. Good fluent first round. Plenty of positive moves from Arundhati. Definitely the one who enjoyed herself a lot more, at least on visual evidence. Aziza Zokirova knew that she was up for a challenge against somebody on the top of her game in terms of what she had done in the semi-finals, and she's just carried on with that kind of momentum as India's Arundhati Choudhary. Some decent blows landed by Zokirova as well, but the more decisive punching coming from Arundhati, with all 5 judges deeming this first round in her favor. Important for Zokirova to come back into this as soon as possible. But it's Choudhary who really goes bounding up to her opponent. A great positive body language from the Indian boxer. Choudhary looking to take the attack, but Zokirova lands a good counter punch. This round seems to be a lot more even. There's a lot better activity from Zokirova. But rounds are won, matches are won, not so much on the rounds or inside the ring, but much more on the judges' score sheet. Those 5 judges are the ones who have to deem it to have gone in your favor. The first round was overwhelmingly in favor of Arundhati Choudhary, but this one appears to be a lot more close at the moment. Zokirova certainly controlling the center of the ring. Always that angle which gives us the best idea in terms of how the boxers have positioned themselves, how they're using their feet, what is their natural tendency, which arm do they tend to lead with, which do they consider their weapon. It does seem like Zokirova favors that left, while Choudhary has a bit more variety up her sleeve. Both the left as well as the right quite effective. Is Choudhary heading towards India's gold number 3 in 3 bouts on the final day of the World Boxing Cup finals here in Greater Noida. It's been a very clean exhibition of boxing. Not too many stoppages at all. And at the end of 2 rounds, it's probably a lot to do for Zokirova, for the simple reason that Arundhati Choudhary is just not giving her openings in this match. This was a lot closer as a round, of course. Zokirova landing a few decent punches of her own. But Choudhary on balance, definitely. Putting some substantial blows of her own on, also defending stoutly when required. You shall soon see that reflected in the scores as well, where all 5 judges yet again going with the Indian.
Second zone.
Aziza Zokirova now pretty much needs to do what her opponent was able to do in her semi-final, which was to force the bout to be stopped as a result of a standing count. She'll have to land some substantial blows if she wants to reel this into her favor. She started with a frenetic pace. Choudhary is aware of that, just moving swiftly away from that punching range. I would think a slight height advantage for Choudhary, and she has utilized it well in this match. It's pretty much at parity, but the Uzbek boxer does go in with a substantial crouch, which effectively gives Choudhary a little bit of leverage when it comes to moving out of the way of her punches. We hope you're enjoying these matches wherever you're watching from. This is just the 3rd bout, 20 in all today. 2 sessions will be pretty much back to back, with medal ceremonies thrown in as well. It's a day to absolutely celebrate this fine exhibition, fine festival of world boxing, which has come to these parts across the last 5 days. Zokirova needs to do something quite urgent now, but Choudhary is managing this 3rd round perfectly with a substantial lead, with a little bit of an advantage in terms of overall balance of play as well. Has realized this so well and conserved her energy, not so much in terms of her movements across the ring, but in terms of throwing punches. It's been very selective, but when it's been there, it's been quite effective. Women's 75 to follow after this. This is the final of the women's 70 kg. The bronze medals sewn up for Ukraine and Germany. India and Uzbekistan fighting it out, and it looks likely that India will have a 3rd gold at the end of this. Uzbekistan a 2nd silver. Choudhary has managed this quite perfectly. He's closing in on that victory. It will be the end of this round soon. And it does appear that it is another gold for India. There will be official confirmation soon. But for the moment, she's definitely soaking in the applause. The World Youth Champion from 2021 in the 69 kg category. National champion in 2021 as well. Best Asian junior woman boxer of 2018. And what a fabulous fight back from injury. That wrist surgery and everything that came with it, well behind her. And a good masterclass against a formidable opponent in Uzbekistan's Aziza Zokirova from India's Arundhati Choudhary. In her mind, she's probably preparing a celebration right now.
Result of the bout number 72. The winner on point by unanimous decision in the blue corner, representing India, Arundhati Choudhary.
The lights on her, the spotlights on her, and she's been fabulous. What a redemption for Arundhati Choudhary. Back in the big time, and she's put in a fabulous exhibition against Aziza Zokirova of Uzbekistan. Very, very good mix, not just of attacking boxing, but also of defending from time to time and making it count when it matters the most in the final. A winner by TKO against Leonie Müller of Germany in the semi-finals, and now responding with India's third gold of these World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
All set for the women's 75 kg, the fourth final of the evening. The first one which will not have an Indian interest. Minakshi Huda on screens.
Elite female 75 kg. In the red corner, representing Italy, Gemini Melissa.
A straight buy into the final. Melissa Gemini from Italy. She's a silver medalist from the Brazil World Cup Stage 1. She's also medaled in Warsaw earlier this year. She's also won medals at the Strangia International Cup.
Representing Australia, Emma Greentree.
Emma Greentree. She was quite the heartbreaker for some of the Indian audiences, beating out Sweetie Bura in the semi-finals. But she's been quite outstanding herself.
Just one from Egypt, just two from Mexico, just three from Canada, just one from World Boxing, just one Chinese Taipei.
Greentree, somebody who played a lot of sport but then had to switch over full-time to boxing after she sustained a posterior cruciate ligament injury. Before that, she used to be a heptathlete, so somebody who's pretty much athletic in terms of everything that she's done. And she has won a bronze before at the 2023 Worlds in Delhi. Of course, also won bronze at the 2025 World Championships.
Round one.
Greentree in blue, the 26-year-old from New South Wales, hoping to win Australia's first gold at these World Boxing Cup Finals, up against Italy's Melissa Gemini. The second Italian in finals action, we saw Sirine Charrabi. It does look like Greentree is the one with the more attacking mindset at the moment. Gemini will be trying to overturn that. She'll probably be a little bit ring rusty in the sense that she's not really fought at these championships. Always takes a little time just getting used to a new venue. The feel of things always easier for somebody who's been there inside. And Greentree was so good, so methodical in the way that she beat the home favorite Sweetie. That's the only bronze in this category because there were only 3 competitors. We'll have a similar situation later in the evening in the women's 80, where Kazakhstan will have bronze and it will be India and Poland in the final. India's Pooja Rani will be in action for the very first time. Up next, we'll have the women's 80 plus category, super heavyweights, where Nupur will take on yet another Uzbek boxer in Oltinoy, Sotimboeva. Cagey start to this battle. Not too many phases of sustained offensive play from either, but definitely a lot more proactive from Greentree, which might count in her favor. Like the design on her jersey. Seems to be homage to the Aboriginal art. And she's definitely been the more artful of the 2 boxers in this opening round. Emma Greentree on the offensive from the start. And certainly pushing her opponent into corners. Probably what the Italian coach will be explaining to Melissa Gemini. That she needs to be a little bit more offensive from time to time. Emma Greentree occupying the center of the circle or the ring on most occasions, landing a few powerful lefts and rights, good combinations, steady defense as well. And that will be reflected in the scores, with all 5 judges deeming it to have gone in favor of Emma.
Second round. Round 2.
Lost out to Aoife O'Rourke of Ireland at the World Championships in the semi-finals, Greentree. But this is as dominant a performance as any, at least in the first round, and she'll want to keep that going. Gemini, who has to come back into it. Slowly heading towards the first men's bouts as well of this finals day. In this afternoon session, the first men's final will feature the 50 kg category with Asilbek Jalilov against India's Jadumani Singh. Greentree, similar to what we saw from Preeti in the second finals of this day. Continuing with an offensive mindset, which is a good, positive sign for her. She knows that she's got the numerical advantage, but doesn't want to sit back on that. It's akin to a football team, and you can't help but bring up football when you see an Italian. Somewhat akin to a football team, always looking to score irrespective of what the scoreline says. It might be 1-0, might be 2-0 in your favor, but you keep looking for that second. You keep looking for the third goal. Because you know you push your opponent further out of the contest. Melissa Gemini is probably not going to win this from the corners. Probably what her coach is also being reminded of. Standing out had to come at some stage. So Greentree has just much knocked the wind out of her opponent into 2 rounds. It's a dominating performance from the Australian. I'm sure they'll be celebrating over in New South Wales because she's putting in a pretty big performance, an emphatic performance, riding on that confidence wave after having beaten India's Sweetie Bora in the semi-finals. It's Emma Greentree who's in complete control of this women's 75 kg battle. It's the first of 5 bouts today which will not feature an Indian participant. That always leaves this big crowd with a little bit of a quandary, I suppose, whom to support. But from a sporting perspective, nothing like watching a neutral battle. You root for whoever you want and you don't feel particularly disappointed, whatever the outcome. Been on a few occasions across the last 5 days. Sometimes the partisan crowd can get a little silent when the Indian boxer begins to lag. I'll suggest that's where the home crowd has to make its presence felt. That's where you need to cheer louder, make yourself heard more for the athlete that you're supporting. It is entirely human nature. When you're disappointed, you're less likely to be chirpy. Gemini not yet able to establish the kind of control that she wants trailing. She's already had a count against her before. That also must be weighing on her mind. Cannot get too attacking, but she does need to get a little reckless in her fashion. But it's superb management at the other end from Greentree, still occupying the center of the ring. Still dictating the pace. And looking good for the first gold for Australia. Australia at these championships already with two bronze medals. Little adjustment required. Fabulous to watch, and hopefully it will spark an interest in the sport. It might make a few of the young university students in particular who've come in, although I suspect it's a bit late for them to initiate themselves into boxing, but a young nephew or a niece will pick up the gloves. An energetic bit of activity from the Italian boxer in red, but it's Greentree who's pretty much dominating the narrative going into the last 20 seconds as well. Probably a couple of about 15 to 20 seconds added on for that headgear switch which happened. Melissa has to do something quite dramatic. She's not able to fashion anything constructive repeatedly, and that's where Emma Sue Greentree has been so effective with her entire strategy through these 3 rounds. She's now ever so close to that solitary gold for Australia at these World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. A tap from the opposition camp as well, but it's been a great performance from Emma Greentree. Came in with a more impressive resume into this bout, and that's how it panned out as well. And much like Preeti Pawar of India before her, she was aggressive even in the third round, even when she had the control of that bout. It's pretty much unanimous all the way thus far. We haven't yet witnessed anything like the kind of close contests we saw in the semi-finals.
Nupur.
Decision time soon.
Result of the bout number 73. The winner on point by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing Australia, Emma Greentree.
Emma Greentree is a champion, and she has produced a fantastic performance, controlled aggression all the way through against her Italian opponent. No doubt a lot of confidence from that semi-final victory against India's Sweetie Bora, but in a standalone this was such a good performance. Punched often, was able to push Melissa Gemini into corners, and also initiated the only standing count which happened in this women's 75 kg medal bout for the gold, won by Emma Greentree.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
About to see the women's super heavyweights in action. Oltinoy Sotimboeva of Uzbekistan will be up against the Indian favourite, Nupur Shion.
In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Sotimboeva, Oltinoy.
Oltinoy Sotimboeva of Uzbekistan, bronze in Astana, where she lost to Kazakhstan's Yeldan Talipova. And she also lost in the World Championships quarterfinals, 1-4 to her opponent today, Nupur Shion.
Nupur, Nupur.
Gold medalist from the World Boxing Cup in Kazakhstan this year. Silver medalist at the World Championships in Liverpool. Legendary family that she comes from. Grandfather, Captain Hawa Singh, Asian champion in 1966 and 1970. Father Sanjay Kumar was also a former national champion. And of course is now one of the most reputed coaches in Indian boxing. So yet another India-Uzbekistan clash, the third of the day already. The first to have gone in favor of India, the home side. Oltinoy Sotimboeva had to get past Asel Toktasin of Kazakhstan in her semi-finals, while Nupur had to deal with Maria Lovchinska of Ukraine, and did that quite effectively. Two boxers who have immense height and build as a strength, probably a little shaded by Nupur, and that could prove to be a major advantage for her, especially in these heavier weight categories. But familiar foes, they met just earlier this year in Liverpool, and that's where Nupur was victorious by a 4-1 verdict against her Uzbek opponent in the quarterfinals. So yet another India-Uzbekistan in the finals of the World Boxing Cup finals. Frenetic from both. Oltinoy trying to occupy the center. Two heavy hitters out in the middle. Could be a little scrappy from time to time, and that's in evidence inside the first 40 seconds or so. Not too many clean punches landed either side thus far. So far it's been a bit one-sided, almost all the contests. Will we see the first one, which turns out to be a thriller in terms of the scoring? We will shortly be moving along to the men's matches, but this is the final gold medal bout in the afternoon session featuring the women. The heaviest of the lot started with the lightest, with Minakshi Hooda winning the first gold medal for India, then Preeti Pawar triumphing in the 54 kg, Arundhati Choudhary winning 70 kgs, the 75 kg gold going to Emma Greentree, and now it's Uzbekistan's Oltinoy Sotimboeva and India's Nupur for gold in the female 80 plus kg category. No great rhythm into this bout, indicative of the closeness between the two boxers, the familiarity with each other's style. Probably will be shaded by Nupur for the simple reason that she seemed to land a few more clean blows during that bout. Oltinoy Sotimboeva trying her best to be positive, especially early on. But then Nupur with a good defense and also some great counter punches now holds a 4-1 lead in this title bout for the women's 80 plus kg. Always a thrill to catch yourself on camera. And at that age, it always helps if you've told your parents where you're going. Final day of action at the World Boxing Cup Finals. Fifth day. Some exquisite boxing across the last 4 days here at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. Oltinoy knows that one of the strengths of Nupur is her ring craft, her ability to mix up the pace of the bout. And that's why she's showing a sense of urgency. She wants to just scramble her opponent's brains a little, try and create some doubt for Nupur, create some openings for herself to get some punches away. Bit of a punching frenzy initiated by Oltinoy, but Nupur able to just get her onto the back foot after that with some counter punching of her own. Street smart from Nupur. She's allowing Oltinoy to occupy the center, giving her the semblance of charge in this round, but staying well outside her punching range, looking to hit her on the counter whenever possible. A little bit of anxious faces writ large in the Indian camp, for the simple reason that nobody's taking this opponent lightly. Oltinoy Sotimboeva has a good body of work in terms of boxing skills, but at the moment Nupur Shion looks in control of this bout. Oltinoy Sotimboeva was a lot more positive though, got some good punches in, some good sequences. And what that's meant is that there's been a significant amount of movement on the scorecard. It is still Nupur who's leading, but that second round has been scored in favor of Oltinoy Sotimboeva, but by a 3-2 margin. Mexican, the world boxing judge and the Mongolian judge, all of them favoring it in favor of Oltinoy Sotimboeva. So Nupur now has a slender cushion. It's only 2-1 in her favor. All to play for still. There's no time to think about regrets, but Nupur will have to be a bit more positive in this round, and that's what she's looking to do. Straight off the blocks. Uzbekistan in 9 of the 20 finals today. India in 15 of those 20 finals. So India with a 2-zip lead already in terms of results against Uzbekistan today, which is why from a contingent perspective as well, this is an important battle for Oltinoy Sotimboeva. If she can pull one back for the Uzbekistan camp, it will give them a better chance of finishing at par or even better than the Indian contingent in terms of gold medals won at these World Boxing Cup finals. That urgency, that requirement to be positive, visible in the way that Nupur has begun this third round. But Oltinoy is also fighting back in her own sense. This should be a close one. Position I'll envy most right now is that of the judges, because they have the best ringside view of the action that's going on. Into the last minute. Is Nupur doing enough to stave off Oltinoy? She's throwing some punches, but is she connecting with enough of those? She does connect with the left this time. Oltinoy tries to reach out, and fire back, but cannot quite make contact substantially. This is fabulous though. This is just what we wanted. Much more of a contest this. The women's 80 plus kg coming down to the last few blows. It could be anyone's bout to win here. Who has got this one? It's Oltinoy Sotimboeva who's claiming it. But has she done enough? A close bout, no doubt, and encapsulated by the third round. Some great blows exchanged. It will be a split verdict, but it's difficult to determine who for. Certainly, some strong punches thrown by both boxers, the one in blue from India and in red from Uzbekistan as well. It's a tight one. Oltinoy thinks she has avenged her World Championship defeat. Let's find out.
Result of the bout number 74. The winner on point by split decision. In the blue corner, representing India.
It's Nupur yet again. It's a close one. It's left her opponent in absolute tears. Distress for Oltinoy Sotimboeva. But it's Nupur who's prancing and dancing because she has clinched yet another gold for India at these boxing World Cup finals. But it was the closest of the finals thus far today. It's a third silver for Uzbekistan and a third time that an Indian ends up winning this. Interestingly, it was scored 3-2 in favor of Oltinoy this third round, but not the judges who mattered, which is why eventually it has gone in favor of Nupur Shion just by the one judge. So the closest of the bouts finishes off the women's bouts in the afternoon session with India's Nupur Shion emerging winner in the 80 plus kg category.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
On to the first of the men's finals, and would you believe it, yet again it's Uzbekistan against India. It's Asilbek Jalilov, and he's up against Mandengbam Jadumani Singh of India.
In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Jalilov, Asilbek.
It's actually a rematch of the World Cup Stage 1 semi-final between these two, which was won by the man in your picture screens. Asilbek Jalilov of Uzbekistan had run out winner against Jadumani and went on to win gold eventually, which has landed him here in the World Cup finals. Very canny inside the ring, and somebody who's quite a nuisance to deal with.
Mandengbam Jadumani Singh.
What a rise this has been in recent times for Jadumani Singh, the magician from Manipur. Probably one of the shortest competitors in his weight class, but very interesting. He was talking in an interview and talking about how he actually thinks it's an advantage for him. The fact that it gives him a lower center of gravity, packs a lot of punch, and will no doubt be a difficult opponent for the Uzbek boxer. So this will be a close one too. Much like the last bout that we saw between the Uzbek and the Indian, with Nupur Shion winning. Potentially a fifth gold for India at these World Boxing Cup finals. Or will it be the first silver for the home nation? Asilbek Jalilov was a good winner against Soshi Makino of Japan. Well, Jadumani had to beat Omar Izaz of Australia. He was in control all the way through against a taller opponent. Slight height difference here with Jalilov just shading it in his favor. Yet again, familiar foes having met earlier this year in a high stakes battle. So no surprises there. But Jalilov will always have those little body ticks which his opponent will have to deal with. Lots of movement, lots of unpredictability. Singh has shown some explosive prowess in the early moments of his earlier bouts, but Asilbek will make it quite difficult for him. Thin of frame, wiry in his constitution, and keeps moving all the time. Makes it very challenging for anybody to put together a sequence, good sequence of attacking punches. First of the men's finals on this final day. We'll next have the men's 55 kg final where yet another Indian will be in action. Pawan Barhwal against yet another Uzbek in Olimov, Samandar. It's a tight one to call so far. Certainly Asilbek has been happy to play second fiddle, allowing Singh to do a lot more of the running. He's always got a smile. It's got to be one of the principal weapons in his armory. It's got to be very irritating as an opponent. Just how sometimes people are. Don't let any of it fool you. He is deceptively quick. He's deceptively good with his technique. A bit unorthodox, perhaps. And he's using his reach to good effect. He's landed a few effective blows. The last of those not meeting with the approval of the referee. Round has been a tough one to call, but might go the way of the Uzbek boxer, but only just if it does. Jadumani Singh hasn't really been able to assert himself as much as he's done in previous rounds, but you would expect that as the stakes get higher and the competition deepens. Asilbek Jalilov came out with his usual unpredictable and unorthodox style, and definitely did bother his opponent quite a bit. Uses that reach to good effect as well, catching the side of the head on a few occasions, and that's why at this stage it's Asilbek Jalilov who leads 4-1. Only the Australian judge giving it in favor of Jadumani, but we have seen lots and lots of boxers come back from similar situations. The Indian will be fancying his chances of doing something similar. Fourth match between India and Uzbekistan. So far it's been 3-0 in favor of the Indians. Is Asilbek going to pull one back here for his country? It's almost like boxing against an apparition. He's so quick across the ring. And he has the numerical advantage. He's going to play in this manner as it rolls on more. And it will put the onus on the Indian boxer in blue to take the fight to him, to take a few more openings, a few more risks. That's where he could be susceptible to the counters. Maybe a good idea could be to try and target the midriff more. An entertainer, that's for sure. Couple of meaty blows required here for Singh. Just try and tilt a couple of these judges in his favor at least. Still a way to go. 4 minutes in excess. Lands one left. But Asilbek is doing so well to stay as far away from his reach as possible. Stern talking to. Singh is slowly growing back into this, and it's reflecting in the noise levels from the crowd, who sense that something special could be coming soon. Couple of occasions when the referee has had a word or two with Asilbek. It's pretty much evasive technique, but effective technique from Asilbek Jalilov thus far in the 2 rounds. But this round was a lot better from Jadumani Singh. Showing a lot more conviction, courage, trying to come back into it, pushing his opponent to the brink. And what that's meant is that the second round, while it has still gone Asilbek Jalilov's way, it's actually equalized 3 of the judges' scores. So it's gone 3-2 to Asilbek, and that means that it's only a 2-0 lead in terms of decisiveness. So there's still a match to be won for the Indian Mandengbam Jadumani Singh from Manipur.
Second round.
So dominant in the early stages, but he's up against an opponent who knows him well, who's beaten him earlier this year. Now, does Asilbek change his tack at all, or does he continue to play more of that defense-first role? It does suit his style. Oh, a bit too much aggression, and then hitting the side unfairly. Had a few unofficial warnings, but nothing substantial yet. Oh, he's actually connected with a ferocious right on the counter. Singh forced to chase him all over. That can also be a tiring endeavor. It's just so unorthodox. As is that. The pressure of the clock showing on the Indian. Knows that he needs to come up with something quite different, quite effective. Asilbek will run from him all day and keep pouncing on whatever little counter-offensive measures he can. There we go. Left to right, right to left. More than halfway into the final round. Is India's Jadumani Singh doing enough? One thing's for sure, he's not been able to box the way that he likes. And that itself is a moral victory for Asilbek. Jalilov. Besides Asilbek, it's also time, which stands as a big opponent now for Singh. Will it be a first reverse for India in these final matches? The gold count currently at 4. But for it to go up to 5, Jadumani Singh has to really push the envelope in the last few seconds. One thing's for sure, Asilbek will be celebrating at the end of this. But Jadumani is claiming a little share of the spoils himself. Let's see how this one gets scored finally, but I suspect that this will probably be the first goal for Uzbekistan, because Asilbek Jalilov just continued with that disruptive style of his, not allowing Jadumani to settle into any sort of attacking rhythm, although he did throw a few great punches in this third round. Let's see if the judges deem that to be enough to overturn what happened across the first 2 rounds, where, remember, it was Asilbek with a 2-love lead in terms of the judges' counts. Could be close, it would be a split decision either way.
Result of the bout number 75. The winner on point by split decision. In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Jalilov Asilbek.
Well, it is a split decision in the end as well. The third round also 3-2 to Jalilov, so 4-1 overall for him. But a first gold for Uzbekistan at these World Boxing Cup finals in 2025. Asilbek Jalilov came out with that very unorthodox style of his. Lots and lots of jumping and prancing about the ring, but using his reach and a slight height advantage to good effect. And keeping Mandengbam Jadumani Singh away from landing the kind of punches that he needed to land to fetch India's 5th gold. It's a first silver at these World Boxing Cup finals for India as well. Well, this is the next one we are about to see. Not long from now, it's another Uzbekistan-India bout. It's Samandar Olimov from Tashkent, and he'll be taking on Pawan Barhwal, the army man from Uttarakhand, in the men's 55 kg category. So the first of the 15 Indian finalists who lost his final was Jadumani Singh, but a brave effort from him nonetheless. Olimov is also somebody with a very, very distinct style of fighting.
55 kg.
Beat Rui Yamaguchi of Japan in the semi-finals.
Uzbekistan, Olimov Samandar.
And certainly somebody who himself will not take too many backward steps in this bout either. He's actually known for his defensive style, but he was quite offensive against Yamaguchi, showing a completely different gear to his game.
In the blue corner, representing India, Pawan Barhwal.
The second seed, Pawan Barhwal, he's already had a fabulous week. He's beaten Nursultan Altinbek from Kazakhstan and then was quite a comfortable victor against Ellis Trowbridge of England in the semis. And the impressive thing about this Indian boxer, the army man, is that he's got an ability to problem solve and do it inside the ring, which is so vital in the sport.
World Boxing, Asilbek, Alexander. Just one from Egypt, just two from Mongolia, just three from World Boxing, just four from
Judges for this, Egypt, Mongolia, Morocco, Croatia, as well as Canada. Uzbekistan currently at a silver count of 3, and the first gold won just a while back by Asilbek Jalilov. And for India, there have been 4 golds already, and the first silver going in the previous match to Jadumani Singh. 7th of 20 finals on the final day of action at these World Boxing Cup finals. Are you not entertained yet?
Round 1.
Just moving up a touch in terms of weight from 50 to 55. Slightly heavier punches you would expect. Similar styles here, both of similar build. Barhwal will want to try and exploit whatever openings Samandar gives, but there won't be too many because Samandar does favor his defensive approach. He's quite happy to cede control. He's happy to be on the outer part of the ring early. It's those counter punches from the man in red that Barhwal does need to watch out for. So far he's been defending them quite effectively. Keeps his guard up at most times. One of those where the judges will have a tough time determining the effectiveness of some of those punches. Because while both are showing a lot of energy, there's also a lot of spirited defense being put. Canny work from both, sticking to their strengths in a sense. Pawan Barhwal wanting to be the offender or the offensive player, but Samandar keeping it tight. Now looking to entice his opponent into a few more indiscretions, boxing with his guard down. Good battle of wits thus far. Just maybe a little bit more of an advantage for Barhwal because he's been the more active of the two boxers. Nearly lands a thudding right, but Samandar was too quick, weaves out of the way. Well, cannot deny that that was full of action. It will be a tight one because Samandar Olimov, the technician that he is, has done so well to evade everything that has been thrown at him by Pawan Barhwal. Keeps going into the corners, but he's quite happy doing that. He is somebody known for his defensive prowess. He's been able to evade a lot of those punches thrown by Pawan Barhwal and throw in a few of his own as well. Perfectly encapsulated in some of these slow motion images. There's another left which makes contact, and that's why at the moment it's an overwhelming lead. All 5 judges deeming the first round to have gone in favor of Samandar Olimov. Pawan Barhwal, of course, with 2 great victories before this. Not just the fact that he beat Ellis Trowbridge, but also before that, unseating Nur Sultan Altenbeck, who was the gold medalist at the first stage in Brazil. It was played in Foz de Iguaçu in Brazil in the latter part of March, first week of April this year. Barhwal looking to be a lot more positive now. Has to throw in some more weight behind his punches, has to open his game up a bit more. It will be risky. It will be high risk, high reward. But Samandar also is a very wily boxer. One thing's for sure, what Barhwal needs to do is win over the favor of the judges, at least a few of them, force this into a decisive round. Nothing like it if he can win all 5. Throwing in a frenzied sequence of punches, but Samandar thus far holding very firm with his defense. A good boxer, there's no doubt about it, Samandar Olimov, and just highlights yet again the depth of field in this particular weight category as well that this country has. Miraz Mirza Jalilov was the silver medalist in Brazil in this weight category from Uzbekistan. But Samandar has effectively and quite usefully stepped into his shoes at these World Boxing Cup finals. Second round being played at a frenetic pace, but there's a lot more defending happening from Samandar. Is it going to be good enough to hang on and to hold on to that lead that he has, the Uzbek? Good punch landed right towards the end by Barhwal. He's certainly the one who's walking off triumphantly after that second round. But it's up to the scores from the judges which will determine how that's gone. Samandar Olimov continued to defend stoutly. But Pawan Barhwal certainly upping the ante, having a much better second round than he did the first. And he's got to do more of the same. He's got to try and keep pressing, keep pushing. Really the last 3 minutes to go for gold or to have to go with a silver from these World Boxing Cup finals, because the second round also scored in favor of Olimov, but one of the judges from Mongolia giving it to Pawan Barhwal, so it's 4-0 effectively. So there's still a match to be won, but it has to be something quite dramatic from the Indian boxer in blue. chasing this match now. India's Pawan Barhwal. The next bout, the men's 65, will be the first one in a while to not feature an Uzbek against an Indian. It will actually be Japan's Shion Nishiyama in action against Abhinash Jamwal. Samandar is hanging back and sticking to his strength, his defensive ability. It's always a great sign because it gives you that flexibility to be attacking when you want. But it's like the foundation of a good house. If that is strong, then you can build whatever you want over that. It's standing him in good stead as Barhwal goes for broke in this third round. Yourself at a safe distance, every now and then put in that little jab, put in a little punch, and then again get some separation from your opponent. Useful tactic, and it's being executed quite well by Uzbekistan's Samandar Olimov. Into the last few seconds, it's Samandar Olimov who's looking in control. He knows he has the numbers behind him. Uzbekistan could soon be celebrating a second gold at these World Boxing Cup finals. There's a hush around the arena as well. And this is what I was referring to. When you're the home crowd, when your boxer isn't quite doing well, that's probably where you need to be at your noisiest. But it's often human tendency. You do get deflated a bit. It's a good defensive masterclass from Samandar Olimov. He has seemingly done enough. It's yet another medal for India, but it will probably be silver this time around. This third round again encapsulating exactly why Samandar Olimov is such a good boxer. Good defense, lots of movement, never allowing himself to become a static target for Pawan Barhwal. And while he did concede a few punches, he also threw a few substantial ones himself.
Result of the bout number 76. The winner on point by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Olimov Samandar.
It's silver for India, but it's another gold for Uzbekistan. Successive bouts where the men have just reversed the trend set earlier in the day. It's Samandar Olimov, bright young boxer, and really making a good impression in this match as well against his Indian opponent. Throughout kept it tight himself in defense, allowed Pawan Barhwal to be the aggressor, gave him as much acreage as he wanted inside the ring, but each time he was given an opportunity, came back with some strong punches of his own and wins the 55 kg men's gold for Uzbekistan. Well, they'll get excited yet again because it's a steady stream of Indian boxers today. Couple of defeats, but that will not disappoint them too much for sure. So Uzbekistan with 2 golds now. India still looking for their 5th. It can come in the next one. It's a men's 65 kg final. It's a first final for Japan in Shion Nishiyama, who's going to take on India's Abhinash Jamwal.
Bout number 77, elite male, 65 kg. In the red corner, representing Japan, Nishiyama Shion.
Shion Nishiyama, 24 years of age. Silver last year in the 63.5 kg category at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Sheffield, where he lost out to Breno de Carvalho from Brazil. Has had some good matches, beat Uzbekistan's Arkamjan Mukhadinivov in the last round.
India, Venus Jamal.
Two World Cup silver medals this year already, both of them to the same opponent, again from Brazil, Yuri Falcao, in both Brazil as well as Kazakhstan. The 23-year-old from Mandi in Himachal Pradesh will be looking to color this one gold for both himself and for his country at these World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida.
Just one from World Boxing, just two from World Boxing, just three from Australia, just four from Mongolia, just five from Egypt.
This will also be an interesting contrast of styles. Another all-Asian clash, but the first one featuring India against Japan. Japan in red, India in blue. Two fine technicians, two men with a lot of good results this year, clashing in this big match for the men's 65 kg gold. Abhinash is a very, very aggressive boxer, and he has set his stall to attack right from the outset. Absolutely festive atmosphere at the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. Need a lot more of that, need a lot more of cheering. And irrespective of who wins, they need to be appreciative of the quality of boxing which has been witnessed across these last 5 days. Tricky one to call so far, very even contest. Not too many advantages taken by either boxer. Abhinash Jamwal beating Elvin Aliev of Ukraine in his semi-finals, while Shion Nishiyama was a winner against Athamjan Mukhidinov of Uzbekistan. Nishiyama perhaps coming through the slightly tougher semi-final, which could stand him in good stead. Thirteen countries in all will be represented overall in the medals tally. So many of them fighting for gold today. We've had a couple of Italians. That is the end of their participation. Similarly for Australia, the only finalist winning gold, Emma Greentree. But it's still not over, especially for the home side. Abhinash Jamwal looking to make it a fifth gold. Nishiyama claims that last punch. It's a good contest this, and it's very tight to call it. Probably just a little bit in favor of the man in red. Abhinash Jamwal is quite satisfied, but it will depend on how the judges have seen this first round. Shion Nishiyama of Japan came out with a very positive mindset, defended well because Abhinash Jamwal was by far the aggressor early doors, but then came back, landed a few decisive punches of his own. And that's why at the moment, out of the 5 judges, it's 4 who have given this to Shion Nishiyama. He's taken a couple of solid blows along his jawline though, and that's something that could bother him as this match rolls on. Jamwal knows that it's not too much of a deficit to overcome. Just so far, the men's matches haven't really rolled the way of the home side. But it also tells you that there's great depth in the field, not just across boxing, but especially at these World Boxing Cup finals. Jamwal needing everything to overturn this 4-1 deficit after the first round against Nishiyama of Japan. Jamwal has got to be adventurous, but he's also got to mix it well. Watch out for Nishiyama's counter punches. The toughest part in this entire sport, of course, is to keep your technique clean. Even as you're chasing a match, you know the score is against you. Two bright young prospects for their respective countries at 23 and 24, Jamwal and Nishiyama. The next generation who in probably 3 years' time will be in pole position to represent their respective nations at the Los Angeles Games. That's got to be the bigger picture for everybody here in Greater Noida this week. Some of them already prime contenders, some of them will be if they can sustain good performances. Nishiyama seems to be managing proceedings a lot better. Doesn't tend to give too much of an advantage to his opponent. And Abhinash Jamwal beginning to cut a slightly frustrated figure. He needs to collect himself too. There will be openings, there will be chances. Got to be in a position to make the most of those. There'll also be a women's 60 kg final involving India and Japan later today. That will feature Parveen Hooda against Ayaka Taguchi. But for the moment, it's Nishiyama against Jamwal, and it's Nishiyama who seems to be doing all the right things. And he knows that as well. Just a little fist bump to his side of the corner. It's closer, but it's still in his favor. Nishiyama with a lot of good counters, but Abhinash Jamwal enjoying a slightly better round, which is good news for him. The second round has been scored 3-2 in favor of Shion Nishiyama. But because that has meant that one of the judges' scores has now gone in favor of Abhinash Jamwal. They're judged 2 on your screens. So it's a 3-1, and it's also equal from Mongolia in the judge 4 position. Still not over yet, and the impact of those punches on the two sides of the jaw of Nishiyama still being felt. something for Abhinash Jamwal to work with. What he wants to do is extract a quick standing count if he can early on in this third round. Expect Nishiyama to play the waiting game, more defensive. The good thing, the redeeming feature of that second round, Abhinash Jamwal did win those two judges over, so he's got a mathematical possibility of coming back into this. A good outright victory or even a TKO, that will suffice. Somewhere he knows that this canny opposition will not make it an easy third round for him. Absolutely riveting, all these contests today on the finals day of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. About 8 of 10 the afternoon session, 10 more to follow in the evening. Plenty of contenders from around the world, lots of Indians in action even there. Only 5 bouts in all which will not feature an Indian, and one of those will round off this afternoon session when Nusrat Bek Zokirova of Uzbekistan takes on Isaac Oko in the men's 90 kg category. Isaac Oko with a stunning victory against Naveen Kumar in the semi-finals. Just getting a little ragged from both men. Abhinash Jamwal pushing for that potential TKO, but in the process just losing his shape on a couple of occasions. And Nishiyama is standing firm, as you would expect him to, with that points lead. You would think, just numerically, Jamwal probably needed to win an outright round. Get himself back into the encounter. Now it's just getting a little scrappy from both men. But Nishiyama, one gets the impression, is playing this to perfection. Stay away from range of your opponent's punches. Prevent the TKO, prevent a standing count, and that should suffice for a first gold for Japan at these World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. And India could still be waiting for their first gold from one of the men boxers. It's a good fight, but Nishiyama is the one punching the air at the end of it. Even the dhols have fallen silent. Not quite sure how to call this one. Couple of good punches thrown in by Jamwal, but it was definitely a lot better, a lot smarter from Nishiyama, the way that he defended. Landed a few good blows of his own. Let's wait for the verdict, but it looks like it will go the way of red.
The winner on point by split decision in the red corner, representing Japan, Nishiyama Shion.
The first gold for Shion Nishiyama for Japan, and it's a third silver for India, with Abhinash Jamwal following after Jadumani Singh and Pawan Barhwal. A good exhibition and a lot closer than the scores would suggest. It was a split decision in the end. Jamwal certainly making a comeback into that second and third rounds, but just a lot more organized and a lot more decisive the way that Shion Nishiyama kept punching away and kept defending stoutly to ensure that he wins gold. A memorable week nonetheless for Abhinash Jamwal, makes it to a final on home soil. And now we roll on. We add another 15 kgs to the men's 80 kg category. Oltinoy Shittu of England And he'll be up against Ankush Pangal of India.
Apologies.
Bout number 78,
Apologies, yeah,
elite male,
yeah, it's apologies.
80 kg. In the red corner, representing England, Stutu Oltinoy.
Oltinoy Shittu, the first of the English boxers that we are seeing in the finals. The man from Romford, and beat Kazakhstan's
In the blue corner,
heralded Sanzar Ali Begaliev in the semis.
India, Ankush.
Ankush Pangal had to overcome Wakaya Go of Japan in the quarterfinals and then beat Marlon Seveon of Australia. Fourth final in a row featuring the men, but so far it's been silver for the three men from India. And that's what Ankush will be hoping that he can reverse, but he's got a fairly decent opponent here. Oltinoy has been around for a while. He's got some big match experience and will be drawing in on that in this match against his Indian opponent. Plenty of noise, plenty of energy from the crowd as it begins. But what matters is how well are they able to sustain it as the match rolls on, especially if and when it starts going against the boxer from the home country. As we get into the heavier weight categories, expect a more methodical approach. Slightly taller opponent here in Oltinoy. Little height advantage which he'll have to use to good use. Try and stay as far away from Ankush as possible. Nip and jab away. The conventional left foot stance. Will be leading with his right as often as possible. A difficult kind of opponent to deal with simply because of a very unusual structure. Not just big in height but also got massive legs. But Ankush making some right moves, pushing Oltinoy into the corners. As we've seen already, especially from the Uzbek male boxers, it's always a good idea to have a good, strong defensive game against the Indians. Allow them to take the fight to you. Stay as composed as you can when defending, and then you always have openings, you always have opportunities. Because it's also a high-pressure situation, playing in front of your home crowd. You're expected to win. You've literally got everything to lose. Can bring about its own pressure. That, I suspect, has been one of the reasons why the Indian men so far have not quite been able to punch up to the same degree that they were in the previous rounds. It's a bigger audience, it's a bigger spectacle, this. And that can make for a fairly intimidating atmosphere. 9th final of 20. 8th one, which is featuring an Indian boxer. We have seen 4 golds, we have seen 3 silvers. England hoping to register themselves now in the gold column. actually been a good exhibition from Oltinoy. Won't be surprised if he shades this first round. Although the judge's reaction would suggest he's not quite satisfied. It could be a tight one, it could be a split decision. A little bit of blood flowing out from a cut to Ankush. That's another exclamation mark in terms of how Oltinoy has approached this first round. The Englishman in control at the moment. Good defense and a great attacking verve as well from time to time, splitting open his opponent. Using that wiry frame, that good reach, and also those lanky legs to keep moving away as often as possible from Ankush's punching zone. And it's been a fairly judicious mix of both defense as well as offense, which means that Oltinoy Shittu at the moment has the advantage in this bout, and quite decisively so, having also split open his opponent. This potentially could have the makings of a TKO as well, and Ankush will have to watch out for that. He'll have to be resolute in his defense, but also be a lot more effective with some of his attacking powers. Several representatives of Boxing Federation of India, some of the state associations represented among the sides. Been a festival, nationalities involved. Ankush Pangal knows that he's in a spot of bother, trying to come back into this, but getting dominated a little physically with the slightly unpredictable but very feisty and quick style of Oltinoy. And he's playing it to a nicety in the second round as well, just keeping himself as mobile as possible. It's almost similar to what we've seen from Asilbek, Jalilov or Samandar, Olimov, in terms of staying away from the opposition, coming back with those counters, using those empty spaces towards the corners. Just generally not giving too many openings to the Indian boxer in front of them. Ankush has just not been able to break open into this round the way that he would have wanted. Pushed into the corner. Something brighter for Ankush to finish off the second round, but probably not being able to do enough. Oladimeji continues to control the reins of this match. But Ankush Pangal has made a bit of a fight back. Landed a few more decisive blows in the second round. It's still Oladimeji who's got the reins of this match, but it's just become a little closer than it was after the first round. This one has been given 3-2 in favor of Oladimeji. But that means that it's 3-0 overall, with two of the judges now with equal scores for both Ankush as well as his English opponent. A good solid round needed here, especially from the Indian perspective.
Third and final round.
Definitely a courageous fight back after that first round where it looked like he was completely outwitted by Oladimeji, but now he's given his slightly bigger opponent something to think about. So in the previous match, Shion Nishiyama, the way that he came back into the game. Nishiyama was taking quite a few blows to his jaws, but he came back. He won that match. Something similar required here from Ankush. Had that cut in the first round. Closing in on the halfway mark of this. Pushpangal needs something quite decisive here. Into the last minute, Ankush Pangal came back well in the second round, but not been able to assert that into any kind of supremacy in the third. Oladimeji continues to evade his punches, continues to use his range and height to good effect. Might well be 4-on-4 in terms of silver medals for the Indian men, but there is an evening session to come yet, which will have 5 more men in action, or rather 5 more finals, with a few of those with Indian men in action. Into the last 10 seconds, Ankush looking tired as well. Worse for the wear from this bruising encounter where Oladimeji Chitu of England has looked in control all the way through. And the body language doesn't belie the fact that somewhere Ankush knows that he's probably been outwitted, outsmarted and outboxed by his taller opponent from England. Some useful attacking punches, but a lot more defense, and doing something which was done well by some of the Uzbek boxers in the men's finals earlier in the day as well against India. Oladimeji Chitu of England looking confident of having overwhelmed his opponent.
Result of the bout number 78. The winner on point by unanimous decision. In the red corner, representing England, Situladimese.
It's Oltinoy. Comfortable victor in the end. Unanimous verdict, especially the third round going 5-0 in his favor. So ultimately, all the judges pretty much deeming this to be a victory for him. Ankush Pangal definitely tried his very best, tried to come back into it. Second round was much brighter for him, but just couldn't sustain that attacking momentum into the third and final round and has to go with silver. Last bout of this afternoon session, it's Nusratbek Zokirova of Uzbekistan up against Isaac Oko of England in the men's 90 kg category. So just the second final, which will not have an Indian participation in this afternoon session. 3 more such bouts to come, but that's all in the evening session.
Male 90 kg. In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, the hero Nurasbek.
23-year-old from Uzbekistan. He was an Asian junior champion at just 17. And he pulled off one of the upsets of this tournament when he beat Jacob Adam Tutak of Poland in the semi-finals.
In the blue corner, representing England,
Likewise, his opponent, Isaac Oko, from the Chadwell St. Mary Academy in Essex in England, pulled off a couple of great victories. Jung Anuel of Korea in the quarterfinals, and then India's Naveen Kumar in the semi-finals. Very smart boxing to get past his opponent in that match as well.
Referee from Canada, Hawkins Jalilov. Judge one from Mexico, Judge two from Mongolia, Judge three from France, Judge four from Egypt, Judge five from World Boxing.
Be a close one, there's absolutely no doubt about it. Two men who have come through some bruising encounters, especially in the semi-finals, and will be confident of repeating that exploit. Successive finals for England, so a chance to add a second gold to what was just won by Oltinoy Shitu here for Isaac Oko, whereas for Uzbekistan, chasing their third if possible. Intriguing evening in the offing. You'll see a contrast of styles. Zokirova is somebody who likes to be aggressive. Oko loves playing the waiting game, leading position in the center of the ring, has that range and has that reach which enables him to play defensively from time to time. A lot of all-Asian bouts. This is one of the few which features a European against an Asian in this final day of action at the World Boxing Cup Finals here in Greater Noida, Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. Final bout of the afternoon session, evening session, following soon after at 6 p.m. local time. Of course, the medal ceremony before that. Oko continuing to occupy the outer spaces of the ring, happy to allow Zokirov, Asilbek come into him. Oko, of course, won the silver medal at the Brazil World Cup Stage 1. Particular weight category, where Uzbekistan did win the gold, but it wasn't Nusratbek. It was Turabek Habibu Bulaev who was competing in that particular occasion. India and Brazil winning the 2 bronze medals. Vishal for India. Then in the second stage in Kazakhstan, in this particular category, it was Brazil, Turkey winning gold and silver, and then France and Kazakhstan picking up the respective bronze medals. Probably a better first round for Isaac Oko as the two boxers separate themselves. Just doing that defensive work quite effectively. But Nusratbek Zokirov is not one to be taken lightly. As I keep saying, it's often very subjective. It's all down to how the judges perceive what has happened. And over here, what's happened is that Nusratbek seems to have delivered some of the more decisive blows. Currently leading 4-1. Only the Egyptian judge going with Isaac Oko. Still pretty much in the balance, but a good advantage for Zokirov to have started with, especially somebody who likes to play an aggressive brand of boxing.
Second round. Round 2.
Oko will want to be a bit more proactive. His natural style is to just hang back, look to try and occupy spaces on the outside, poised on his right foot, looking to bring the left into effect. Interesting is that Nusratbek continues to try and be the aggressor, knows that Oko is looking for that opportunity to come back, wants to occupy more spaces in the middle, trying to push him back into the corner. Good aggressive counter strategy, almost preventing or preempting what his opponent might be looking to change his own strategy into. That is sometimes tactically the best thing to do, putting your opponent out of their comfort zone. Isaac Oko clinging on, trying to defend. But Nusrat Bek making a few positive moves, continues to push him into corners. Isaac Oko realizes that numerically he's trailing in this match. He needs to land a few substantial blows, but he's just not getting those openings often enough. He had a different challenge in the semi-finals when he was up against Naveen Kumar. But Nusrat Bek is almost like a pocket dynamo, pocket rocket, the way that he keeps attacking his opponent. Significant size difference between the two. But Zokirova is using that very well to his advantage. Got a bit of a cut perhaps here. Some wedges by the nose. Needs to be quickly cleaned off before they resume. It's been a very good frenetic encounter, especially in terms of how Zokirova, Nusrat Bek has approached it. Still continues to try and punch away, try and weave in, get those gloves at his opponent into the last 10 seconds. Second round also should probably be celebrated by the man from Uzbekistan. In fact, it is Isaac Oko who has landed the more decisive blows, including that last one which drew a little bit of blood possibly. So it's a dead heat in this match. All to play for in the men's 90 kg final then. Because this second round, Isaac Oko making a lot of positive moves in spite of the aggressive intent from Nusrat Bek. The second round has gone 4-1 to Isaac Oko, so it's 1-all in terms of every single judge. A couple of them flipping for the others, but 3 of them on tight points.
Second round.
This can still turn.
Third and final round.
Neither of the boxer is home and dry. Nusrat Bek against Isaac Oko. How does Isaac Oko approach this? He's back on parity, but he has to also just make enough aggressive moves as well. Cannot allow Nusrat Bek to completely dominate. A close one to call, that's for sure, even in this third round. Nusrat Bek with a few positive moves, but Oko defending well. Is he landing enough of those counters? I wonder. That is the critical question, and that's something which will determine the fate of this. What's been commendable from both men, the energy reserves, the stamina, so vital into the third round. It's often that which tilts the scores, the scales in your favor. The more tired boxer tends to concede defeat in such situations, but would look at Nusrat Bek and Oko and think that this is pretty much the first round still in progress. Movement both ways. So happy to stay out of punching range. Will be a split decision. Absolutely no doubt that both men will claim it. But who will actually emerge victorious? It'll all be down to the judges' score sheets for gold in the men's 90 kg category between Nusrat Bek Zokirova and Isaac Oko. Show of respect between the two. First they head over to the Uzbekistan corner. Seems to be de rigueur, especially from some of the English boxers. But yet again a third round which was of contrasting styles. Nusrat Bek with a lot more attacking, Oko doing a lot more of the defending, but every now and then just landing a few punches, evading some of the blows from his opponent as well. Stunning return in terms of the scores in that second round, but has he done enough to clinch it in his favor? Nusrat Bek also doesn't seem entirely sure. This is going to be a close verdict. Let's find out.
Result of the bout number 79. The winner on point by split decision. In the blue corner, representing England, Oko Aja.
Nusrat Bek was a little worried for a justifiable reason, because Isaac Oko, what a stunning fight back. Terrific ring craft. Lost the first round, came back in the second, and now wins the third one by 4-1. So it's a 3-0 scoreline overall for Isaac Oko. And it really was intelligent and energetic all the way through from Isaac Oko, who ends up earning a successive gold now, second gold for England at these World Cup finals. And Uzbekistan, who earlier had 3 bronze medals, or rather silver medals, now go in with the 4th silver. The first for the men after having had 2 golds before. So this is how this session has panned out. The very first bout featured India's Minakshi Hooda. She beat Farzona Fozilova 5-love. Then Preeti Pawar also winning 5-love against Sirine Charrabi of Italy. Then we moved on to the 70 kg category in the women's section, where Arundhati Choudhary also with an overwhelming victory against Aziza Zokirova of Uzbekistan. The fifth one, or rather the fourth one, featured Melissa Gemini against Emma Greentree. Yet another 5-love victory, this time for the Australian against the Italian. And it finished with Nupur Shion in a very close bout against Oltinoy Sotimboeva of Uzbekistan. Then we moved along to the men, and that's where the script changed a little bit, especially for the Indian boxers. Jadumani Singh going down to Asilbek Jalilov. It was a lot closer than that 4-1 suggests. Pawan Barhwal also put up a good fight against Samandar Olimov, but lost out 5-love. And Shion Nishiyama was very good against Abhinash while braving a few solid blows to his jaws to end up winning that. And it ended with Ankush Pangal losing to Oladime Jishitu. And then a successive gold for England in the shape of Isaac Oko, 3-0. A lot closer than that score seems to suggest against Nusrat Bek Zokirova, where he had to come back after losing the first round. And just to remind you of everything which happened, it was long, it was entertaining. And it started with the way that the first bout was played out. Farzona Fozilova, the Asian champion, up against the world champion Minakshi Hooda. Minakshi very positive throughout, using her offense particularly as a very good weapon, doing enough to pinch it in her favor in the end. And that opened the account for India, which was consolidated upon in the second match, the women's 54 kg, with Preeti Pawar coming up against Sirine Charrabi. Charrabi has had some good successes this year. He did have some difficulties against the Indian opponent. Preeti really looking quite solid. That was the second gold for India, a first silver for Italy. followed soon by Aziza Zokirova of Uzbekistan against Arundhati Choudhary, Indian woman on the comeback trail from her wrist injury and surgery. And what a fabulous fight she put up, very intelligently played, attacked on occasions but also defended stoutly. And as the weight categories just built on, it just get a bit more dramatic, a bit more emotional, especially in terms of what she's achieved. Emma Greentree was in control throughout against Melissa Gemini of Italy. Very quick to pounce on any openings which her opponent was offering, and that's why she was quite a comfortable victor in the end as well, earning a first and only gold at these World Cup finals for Australia. This was followed by probably the fight of the morning session or the afternoon session thus far. Oltinoy Sotimboeva took the fight to Nupur Shion. Nupur just about clinging on. In the end, it was Oltinoy who was confident that she had got the job done. But the third round was settled in favor of Nupur, just by the slimmest of margins. That confirmed yet another gold for India. 4 out of 4 in the women's section in the afternoon session. Asilbek Jalilov against Mandengbam Jadumani Singh. And Asilbek Jalilov and his rather unorthodox style is prancing about his movements, proving a bit too much for Jadumani and just landing enough of his blows. It was close, but it was in the end quite decisive for the Uzbek boxer in red. That was the men's 50 section. Men's 55 also was an India-Uzbekistan clash with Samandar Olimov against Pawan Barhwal. Samandar known for how well he organizes his defense, and that was pretty much the story of this match. Extremely tight with his defenses, and that's why he was able to come up with his performance as well. The men's 65 featured Shion Nishiyama of Japan against Abhinash Jamwal. Very early on, it was Abhinash who came out aggressively, gave a couple of solid blows, especially to the two sides of the jaws of his Japanese opponent. But Nishiyama was a picture-perfect combination of defense and attack, and grit in particular, in holding off his opponent, just getting enough of a numerical superiority to emerge winner for Japan with their gold. Oladime Jishitu up against Ankush Pangal. Another match where the taller boxer emerged victorious, used his height to good effect, stayed away from the opposition's range. Cut Ankush open a couple of times, and that's what worked in his favor in the end. And just holding off a late, spirited assault from the Indian boxer to claim a first gold for England. And that was followed by the last bout of this evening session, the men's 90, where Nusrat Bek Zokirova of Uzbekistan took on Isaac Oko. Oko was quite solid in the way that he defended. Had to come back because Zokirova took the first round, but he won the second round and left it at 1 apiece. And the third one needed him to control it better. That's exactly what he did, win yet another gold for England. They're second at these World Boxing Cup finals in Greater Noida. They're about to start with the medals ceremony.
Now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in women's 48 kg weight category. medals and flowers will be presented by Ajay Singh, President, Boxing Federation, India, and Ingeborg, World Boxing. Bronze medalists are back from Korea, Anna Ohota, Ukraine. Silver medalist is Fozilova Farzona, Uzbekistan. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Minakshi, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now, I will request the dignitaries to please take the group photographs. Thank you so much, everyone.
रख लो आगे आ जाओ इधर आगे आ जाओ आपके रेडी
Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in Women's 54 kg weight category. Medals will be presented by Prerna Singh, Additional CEO, Greater Noida Authority, Mrs. Shivani Singh, Boxing Federation of India. Bronze medalists are Wang Shou-won, Chinese Taipei, Rogalinska Victoria Beta, Poland. Silver medalist is Sirine, Charrabi, Italy. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Preeti, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalist in Women's 70 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Dr. C.K. Jarrett, Senior Veteran, Boxing Federation of India, and Ambir Hooda, Secretary General, Haryana Boxing. Bronze medalists are Muller Leoni, Germany, Cherno Lonkenko, Anesthesia, Ukraine. Is Zokirova, Aziza, Uzbekistan. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Choudhary Arundhati, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now, I request the dignitaries to take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. The World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in women's 75 kg weight category. Medals will be presented by Boris Wonderboss, President World Boxing, and Mrs. Sarita Kumar, Boxing Federation of India. Bronze medalist is Sawiti India. Silver medalist is Melissa Gemini, Italy. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Emma Sue Greentree, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Australia. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in women's 80 plus kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Mr. Pramod Kumar, Secretary General, Boxing Federation of India, Alexander Manchak, VP, Ukraine Boxing. Bronze medalists are Toktasin Asil, Kazakhstan, Lovchenska Maria, Ukraine. Silver medalist is Sotimboeva, Oltinoy, Uzbekistan. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Nupur, India! Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the medal ceremony of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in men's 50 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Commodore Varun Singh, Shaurya Chakra Secretary SSCB, and Jaslal Pradhan, President Sikkim Boxing. Bronze medalists are Makino Sushi, Japan, Umair Izaz, Australia. Silver medalist is Mandengbam, Jadumani, Singh, India. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Jalilov, Asilbek, Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Uzbekistan. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in men's 55 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Mukherjee Nirwan, Senior Veteran, Boxing Federation of India, and Gopal Singh Kholia, Secretary, Uttarakhand Boxing Association. Bronze medalists are Yamahui Rui, Japan, Trowbridge Ellis, England, silver medalist is Barhwal, Pawan, India. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Olimov, Samandar, Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Uzbekistan. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in 65 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by N.K. Suraj, President Kerala Boxing, Mr. I.V. Rao, President Andhra Pradesh Boxing. Bronze medalists are Mukhidinov, Adkham, John, Uzbekistan. Aliv Alwain, Ukraine. Silver medalist is Jamwal Abhinash, India. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Nishiyama, Shion, Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, now please rise for the national anthem of Japan. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in 80 kg weight category. The medals and flowers will be presented by Mr. M. Sivasankar, President Pondicherry Boxing, and R. Gopu, Secretary Pondicherry Boxing. Bronze medalists are Begalevi Senchor Ali, Kazakhstan, Marlon Sivihon, Australia. Silver medalist is Ankush, India. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Shithu Oladimeji, England. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of England. Now I request dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in men's 90 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Mr. Santosh Datta, Vice President, Boxing Federation, India, and Mr. Samir Saha, Secretary, Tripura Boxing. Bronze medalists are Kumar Naveen, India, Tutak Adam, Poland. Silver medalist is Zokirova Nusratbek, Uzbekistan. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Oko Isaac, England. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of England. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone.
So that brings to a close the first session, and I can confirm that at the end of that, India lead the points, the medal tally rather, with 4 golds and 4 silvers. Uzbekistan with 2 golds and 4 silvers. England have 2 golds of themselves. Australia with 1 gold, and Japan with 1 gold as well, while Italy have a couple of silvers against their name after that first session. Second session of this final day of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida follows in just a short while. The matches begin at 6 p.m, but we'll be on air 5 minutes before that. Join us for that. See you soon on the other side. And this is what we have lined up for you. We've got Nikhat Zareen, we've got Jasmine Lamboria, we've got Parveen Hooda, and after that Pooja Rani in action for the very first time. Dion Berman will be looking to defend the crown that she won last time around with a 63.5 kg category against Chen Nianchin. And then we will switch over to the men's. In the men's section, we have Sachin Sivach in action, Hitesh Gulia in action among the Indians, Vishal Yarlinsky against Javokir Abdurrahimov, and then another bout not featuring an Indian, and it will finish with Narendra Barhwal, who will be taking on Halim John Mamasoliev for the men's super heavyweight category. Jasmine Lamboria will be in action in the second bout of the day, and let's find out how she reacted after a victory in the semis.
काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है मैम, जैसे हमारे जो कंपटीशन है होम ग्राउंड पे हो रहा है और साथ में इतना सपोर्ट हमें मिल रहा है बाहर से, तो काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है। थोड़ा बहुत प्रेशर तो हर एथलीट को होता है, लाइक हमारी बॉडी चलेगी या नहीं, कैसा खेला जाएगा, थोड़ा बहुत हल्का सा, लेकिन जब हम पाते हैं कि यहाँ पे हमारे लोग हैं और सब हमें सपोर्ट करने वाले हैं, तो अपने आप से वो मोटिवेशन अंदर से आती है और हमेशा ये रहता है कि हाँ, मतलब हार जीत का नहीं देखना, लेकिन ये है कि हाँ पूरी जी जान लगा दे यहाँ पे, तो वो मैटर करता है। मैं तो यही कहूँगी कि अपने ड्रीम्स रखो, मतलब अब तो लड़कियाँ पहले से ज़्यादा बेटर कर रही हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ कुछ मतलब रह जाता है, जहाँ पे लड़कियाँ पीछे रह जाती हैं, वो सेल्फ डाउट कर लेती हैं, तो कभी भी अपने ऊपर सेल्फ डाउट मत करो और अपने ड्रीम्स को फॉलो करो।
We'll also hear from the President of the Boxing Federation of India, Ajay Singh.
देखिए, इससे बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस तो शायद इंडियन टीम की कभी हुई नहीं है, और बहुत ही खुशी की बात है कि हमारे अभी तक 9 बॉक्सर फाइनल में पहुंच चुके हैं। जिस प्रकार से हमारे बॉक्सर्स खेल रहे हैं इस समय, इसमें कोई शक की बात ही नहीं है कि भारत एक बहुत बड़ी शक्ति बॉक्सिंग में बन गया है। देखिए, और इसी प्रकार की तैयारी होगी, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम चैम्पियनशिप्स में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बढ़िया से बढ़िया इनको कोचिंग मिलेगी, सबसे अच्छा न्यूट्रिशन मिलेगा, सबसे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ मिलेंगी, तो हर प्रकार से कोई भी कमी हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। और जो हमारे बॉक्सर्स हैं ऑलरेडी दुनिया में, आज भारत की टीम नंबर 3 रैंक पे है। कुछ वर्ष पहले 44 रैंक पे भारत थी और आज नंबर 3 पे है। तो जिस प्रकार से हम आगे बढ़े हैं, उसी प्रकार से हम मेहनत करते रहेंगे और आप देखेंगे कुछ ही वर्षों में भारत नंबर 1 टीम दुनिया की उभर कर सामने आएगी।
And the first course of action, we are about to begin with the women's 51 kg final. It's Chinese Taipei's Guo Yishuan who will be in action against the Indian superstar Nikhat Zareen. Nikhat Zareen, a victor against Gulsevar Ganieva of Uzbekistan. She's got a tricky opponent up her sleeve. Somebody who's been a world championship quarter-finalist as well.
Bout number 80, finals, elite female, 51 kgs weight category. In the red corner, representing Chinese Taipei, Yu Zhan.
Guo Yishuan, somebody who's come through a couple of good battles. She's beaten Yaroslava Marinchuk of Ukraine and then won her semi-final against Zanshaya Bakhimberdi of Kazakhstan to set up this particular date with the Indian opponent.
In the blue corner, representing India, Nikhat Zareen.
Here comes Nikhat Zareen. Massively impressive. Somebody who's expected to not just be a shining star of the present, but also somebody who represents the future. two-time world champion, including once in New Delhi in 2023. Gold medalist at the Commonwealth Games as well last time around, and also a bronze medalist at the Asian Games in Hangzhou.
Judge 3 from Mexico, Judge 4 from Egypt, Judge 5 from Croatia.
India gunning for their 5th gold. Taipei looking for their first top 2 finish of this particular tournament. Already assured of a bronze, of course, which came through in the women's 54 category. Nikhat in blue. Guo Yishuan, somebody who's really plucky. She's shown a lot of intelligence in her 2 bouts thus far in red. First bout of the evening session with 4 more to come in the women's section, which will conclude all the 10 weight categories, and then we'll have the last 5 bouts among the men. India in contention on numerous occasions right through this evening session. Guo Yishuan's big challenge here will be to try and fashion the perfect balance, both of defending herself against Zarine's reach, her power, and also capitalizing on her own individual strength, that speed of hers, to attack as often as possible. Some of the crowd which was there in the afternoon session has thinned out, but it should grow exponentially. Hopefully they've just gone outside to take a little bit of a break. It was a long extended afternoon session. It just got over about 15-20 minutes ago. The drums are back, that's for sure. Sirine just trying to find some fluency into this bout at the moment. More about the defensive strategy from Xuan. Into the last minute, first round, first bout of the evening session. Women's 51 gold to be decided between Chinese Taipei and India. Tricky one, because not too many substantive moments of attack from either Nikhat Zarine or Guo Yishuan. Again, down to the subjectivity of how the judges will deem this first round to have gone. Some punches landed by both boxers, but seemingly no decisive advantage as yet. First of 3 finals for Taipei on finals day. Guo Yishuan knew that she was up against a formidable opponent in Nikhat Zarine, which is why she tried to find the right kind of balance between attack and defense. But Nikhat coming out all guns blazing, finding a few decent punches on their mark. And which is why at the end of the first 3 minutes, it is Nikhat Zarine of India who has the advantage in this match. All 5 judges in her favor. Guatemala, Mongolia, Mexico, Egypt, as well as Croatia.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Quite a fabulous boxer herself, a role model in many respects. Done so much, not just for women's boxing, but for women's sport in general. Nikhat Zareen smashing stereotypes and hoping to smash a few decent punches into her Taipei opponent. A bit of a headgear perhaps needing to be sorted. There's not been any ascendancy in terms of occupying the center. Yoshi Yuan has been trying to do that a lot. Sirine every now and then just pushes her into corners, quite happy herself to also duck and weave out of the way, using her speed effectively, knows that she's got the advantage in terms of numbers in this match. It's a good counter-offensive strategy, weaving out of the way and then catching her opponent with a couple of lefts. Definitely looking the more assured of the two in terms of how the balance of play has gone thus far in this gold medal bout. Certainly assessing her superiority, especially in terms of her experience here, Nikhat Zareen. Taipei boxer has beaten Ukraine, has beaten Kazakhstan, but just finding her Indian opponent a slightly different kettle of fish. Zareen, of course, having been quite comprehensive in the way that she beat her Uzbek opponent in the semi-final herself. And so far, it's Nikhat Zareen in cruise control in this bout. World Boxing President Boris van der Vorst having a chat with Sweetie, but at the moment it's Sweetie's compatriot who's looking quite solid in the middle, Nikhat Zareen. Landing some good punches, evading her opponent on several occasions too, and has decisively taken the second round as well. So all five judges pretty much in her corner at the moment. 5-0 in favor of Nikhat Zareen. Barring a massive mishap, India will soon be celebrating a 5th gold at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida.
Third and final round.
Follow with the women's 57 kg category as well, where there's another Taipei-India clash. Wushi Yi of Taipei against Jasmine Lamboria of India. Couple of great punches, good sequence from Zareen. The great thing about her, she's also got a slight height advantage against her opponent. And she's just so good at completely converting defense into attack. What makes her such a formidable opponent here for Guo Yishuan of Chinese Taipei. Even when she has Sirine in corners, she knows that her Indian opponent can quickly change that into an attacking posture. Yeshuan had made the World Championship quarterfinals this year, but it's a title which has actually gone a couple of times to Nikhat Zareen, so just tells you in just terms of pedigree between the two boxers, there's a little distance separating the two, and that's been evident right through the first two rounds and a bit of this contest. Catching her opponent with a good left, Xuan to throw something quite decisive, which can tilt it in her favor. So far it's been completely well controlled by Nikhat Zareen. And now she's well aware of the fact that it's coming to the closing few seconds. Baiting her opponent, getting a few good punches herself in. Last 10 to watch out. Nikhat Zareen, it should have been, and Nikhat Zareen it is. Excellent spirit between the two. Guo Yishuan knows that she has been outclassed by an absolute master of her craft. Nikhat Zareen was so good right through, took the advantage, and even in the third round was relentless. Defending well, moving well, and landing a few pretty impactful blows. In fact, well done by Guo Yishuan. Not allow this to go into a standing count at any stage. Such was the ferocity of some of the blows handed out by her much fancied Indian opponent. So the two-time world champion should have a unanimous verdict in her favor against the boxer from Chinese Taipei.
Result of the bout number 80. The winner on points by unanimous decision in the blue corner, representing India, Nikhat Zareen.
Easy does it for Nikhat Zareen. Just seemed in control all the way through. And it's a gold number 5 for India at these World Boxing Cup finals in Greater Noida. Guo Yishuan tried to be as positive as possible, but all through it was a terrific counter-offensive strategy employed by Nikhat Zareen, and she was so good with some of those counter punches. Didn't give too many opportunities for her opponent to come back into it, and ends up earning the plaudits of what is a fairly decent crowd here. Yes, absolutely, you've delivered the knockout punch all right. So on to the women's 57 kg category. Another Chinese Taipei boxer, another Indian against her. It's Wu Shiyi, and she'll be taking on Jasmine Lamboria. Wu Shiyi, of course, is an Olympic medalist. That's why this is a remarkably difficult assignment for her Indian opponent. Lovely interview at the start of the match where she talked about the importance of youngsters being inspired by the run from the Indian boxers at this particular championship. Central thrust of what she was saying was that
Bout
just
number
enjoy yourself.
81, Final elite female 57 kgs weight category. In the red corner, representing Chinese Taipei, Yuan Shi Yi.
Bronze medalist at the Paris Olympics. That was, of course, in 60 kg category. Bushi has come through a couple of difficult matches. She beat Sitora Turdibekova of Uzbekistan and then beat Park Ah-hyun of Korea in the semi-final.
The blue corner, representing
And her
India,
opponent.
Jasmine.
Jasmine Lamboria. Victor against Ulzan Sarsenbek of Kazakhstan in a semi-final. Somebody with a very bright future ahead of her.
Judge number 1 from Mongolia, judge number 2 from Czechia, judge number 3 from Canada,
Currently ranked second in the world.
from Australia, judge
Jasmine
number
is,
5
of course, a world champion herself. Won gold at the Liverpool World Championships. She also won gold in this category at the World Boxing Cup in Astana in Kazakhstan. That's the only one where India did send in a contingent. Also a bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games. Bronze at Asian Boxing Championships in Dubai in 2021. She's also been an Olympian for India. Technically, this will be expected to be a close battle. Expect Jasmine to just have a slight edge, a little height advantage against her Taipei opponent.
round 1.
Just as cagey as it was expected to be. Both boxers still trying to suss out the other strategy. If anything, Jasmine looking a little bit more adventurous, moving in for those combination punches. She, in the early exchanges, just looking a little cautious and pensive in terms of how much she wants to open herself up. That in her stance, the fact that she's usually standing with her guard up, almost looking to bait Jasmine into attacking her more. As the match progresses, you would expect her to open up a bit more, try and be a bit aggressive. High risk, high reward, as we often say. But that will come later. She'll probably wait for this first round to ride out. More clean blows, I would suspect, landed by Jasmine, but Shi is not far behind. She's an experienced boxer. Looking to play the perfect counter-offensive game, but landing with a good solid left was Jasmine. Definitely finishing this first round on a fairly positive tone is the Indian boxer in blue. Right at the end, there's a slight punch which has made connection, but Jasmine probably dominating that first round against Wu Shi, the Olympic medalist from Paris. Some similar techniques in the sense that both depending a lot on reach and their height, keeping a safe distance from the other. But some of the counters from Jasmine were quite effective. 4 of the 5 judges do agree. That's why, barring the solitary judge from Mongolia, all of them scoring this in favor of the Indian boxer. 4-1 lead right now for Jasmine Lamboria.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Jasmine pursuing a 6th gold for India at these World Boxing Cup finals in Greater Noida. Ushi, I can tell you, is definitely very much in the contest. She has started the second round with that sense of urgency about her game. She lands a couple of punches, better from her. And a good phase from Jasmine, drawing the opponent and landing a couple of good counters. Yet another very even round, one would think. Jasmine at the moment occupying very much the central portion of the ring, dictating the pace. Taipei boxer in red, just looking for that opening. She's moving herself quite a fair bit around the ring. Either flank can be opened up, but Jasmine is very good of both. Able to swiftly turn a left oriented stance into a right position. The hallmark of really somebody with a complete technique. Defended well, also attacked well on occasion. Ushi began this round quite positively, but as it's grown, it looks like Jasmine has just seized a little bit of control in this match. Last 10 seconds. Jasmine seems to be inching closer towards yet another gold for India. And the Indian has to be quite satisfied with the way that things have gone. It was Wu Shi who took the attack to her initially, but Jasmine first defended well, and then as it wore on, that uppercut effected with the left and a couple of hooks as well, giving herself quite a substantial lead now. Second round completely in her favor, so all 5 judges on the side of Jasmine Lamboria, which means that one of the judges has equal scores, 19 apiece for both, having scored the first one in favor of the Chinese Taipei boxer. Third and final round. Something significant needs to come out of the Chinese Taipei corner. Wushi is trying to just up the ante in this third round, but Jasmine is defending well. Yet again, she getting close to opening up her opponent, but Jasmine responds with some great combinations. Somewhere I'm sure all of these boxers, they have that mental capacity. They're just aware, they know where the clock is going, they know what's happening in terms of the scoreboard. It's all those years of experience, it's all the years of sparring sessions against similar or even better opponents. Gives you a feel of what's going on inside the ring, and that's what Jasmine is banking on. She knows it's just a little over a minute to go. She has the numerical superiority. It's all about ensuring that Wushi is not given any open chance to pounce on her. It will be a massive scalp, make no mistake. Even though she's dropped a weight category down as Wushi, she is, after all, an Olympic medalist from the last games. Beat her for gold will be a massive victory for India's Jasmine Lamboria. Still keeping up a decent level of energy. Just making sure that Wushi is kept guessing with those little feints and suggested attempts at attack which aren't quite coming to fruition. And every now and then using that reach of hers to connect. Into the home stretch now, Jasmine Lamboria looking at a 6th gold for India. And it has probably been delivered here, but it's great spirit between the two competitors. Champions in their own right. And some champions of tomorrow in the making in the crowd. They'll be inspired by the exploits of the likes of Nikhil Zareen and possibly Jasmine Lamboria here. Very good management in the third round. Knew that she had the numbers in her favor, but didn't really stand back on that. Chose instead to take the attack to the Taipei boxer Wushi. And at the end, there was great spirit between the two. Another all-Asian final, and it does look like it's a 6th gold for India and a 2nd silver for Taipei in successive bouts.
Result of bout number 81. The winner on points by split decision in the blue corner, representing India, Jasmine
So closer than what we thought, perhaps a split decision in the end. Because one of the judges giving that last round to the Taipei boxer. 4-1 in the end in favor of Jasmine. Really fabulous fight. Good technique shown by both. And some suave boxing by the Indian boxer Jasmine Lamboria in overcoming her formidable foe, the Paris Games medalist, albeit in a different weight category in 60 kgs, but this was the women's 57 finals at the World Boxing Cup finals, and it's India's Jasmine Lamboria who emerges victorious in the end by a 4-1 verdict in her favor. 6th gold for India. And so we move along. The next bout again features an Indian. It's the women's 60 kg. It's Ayaka Taguchi of Japan who will be up against Parveen Hooda from India. Almost everybody who's been a part of this boxing festival across the last few days just enjoying themselves on the sidelines. Some members
Bout
of
number 82,
Great British Boxing.
Final elite female 60 kg weight category. In the red corner, representing Japan, Taguchi Ayaka.
Ayaka Taguchi, 29 years of age. Somebody who fought really well in a semi-final against Elise Glynn of England. The bronze medal winner for the World Cup Stage 1 in Brazil. Has a good long reach, and that's something that should stand her in good stead.
Representing India, Parveen.
Parveen Hooda, Asian Elite Boxing Championships gold medal in Jordan in 2022. A World Championship bronze in 2022 as well in Istanbul. And she's trained at a village academy, which was built initially to fight joblessness and addiction. But she's now become one of the premier boxers in India.
Judge number 1 from Egypt, judge number 2 from Mongolia, judge number 3 from Bulgaria, judge number 4 from World Boxing, judge number 5 from World Boxing.
Parveen had a fairly difficult match against Areta Regelska, the silver winner in Brazil in the first leg. She came through, and she came through in some style. Japan have already registered themselves on the golds medal tally with 1 gold in the earlier India versus Japan fixture. That was, of course, in the men's 65 kg category where Shion Nishiyama beat Abhinash Jamba. Let's see what happens here. Taguchi is trying to be the aggressor, but Parveen has done very well to take control of the center. Boxing pretty much with a guard up, a very pragmatic style. It's prevented Taguchi from making a lot of contact with some of those vicious lefts and rights that she's already thrown in. Taguchi's trying to just establish herself right back in that battle for the center of space. But Parveen was very quick to counter and push her right back into the corners again. Very cagey, very tactical, as you would expect in the finals. Two more or less evenly matched competitors. And again looking to push her opponent through. Into the last 10 seconds. Will be a close one to call because Taguchi has made some positive moves, but Parveen overall has looked in control. Let's see what happens with the scoring. Certainly Ayaka Taguchi starting with some good pace, but it was her opponent, the Indian Parveen Huda, who defended well initially and then landed a few decent blows of her own. But action aplenty, and which is why it's being reflected in the scores. It's currently 3-2 for Parveen. Very good symmetry about the judges because 1, 3 and 5 have judged this in favor of India, while 2 and 4 currently with Chinese Taipei, rather with Japan. Third bout of the evening session. Parveen looking for yet another gold for India, 7th one if it gets there. And what it will also do is put them safely out of contention of getting caught up by Uzbekistan in the medals tally. Uzbekistan with 9 finalists today. None yet in this evening session, but in the morning session they have already had 6 competitors, 2 golds, 4 silver medals. So the best that they can get up to is 5. And India currently already in fact 2 to 6 golds. India will have the best medals tally as well as the highest number of golds at the championships that they are hosting this year. Taguchi landing a couple of good blows. Remember that this was only 3-2 in favor of Parveen, so she's got to try and establish some sort of distance against her opponent. But Taguchi's pace is something which is proving to be quite a difficult prospect for the Indian. Short bursts of energy from Parveen. Never really caught too much of a momentum this entire bout. But that's not for a lack of effort from either boxer. Parveen Hooda just about as proactive as her opponent, Ayaka Taguchi, in this match. In fact, it's more of a case of the two of them and their strengths cancelling each other out, which might mean another split decision in terms of points at the end of 2 rounds. Some punches thrown in anger by both right towards the end. It's another very, very close round. Parveen securing some punches, but right towards the end, Ayaka Taguchi also responding with some great shots of her own. And what that has meant is that this second round has been won 3-2 by Parveen. But look at that, it's only a 1-0 lead in terms of coaches, or judges rather, because Egypt, Mongolia, World Boxing 3 and World Boxing 2 are all on 19 apiece for both. So only the Bulgarians' points right now separating Parveen Hooda and Ayaka Taguchi. This is what it boils down to. It's still up for grabs, the gold in this women's 60 kg final. Parveen Hooda is ahead, but only just. She knows that she cannot rest on that laurel. Even the slightest mistake will allow Ayaka Taguchi to swoop in and win this contest. Such fine margins in the sport. It's all down to how the judges will deem this contest, unless there is a stoppage because of a technical knockout. But it's not come close to that. Neither boxer has been able to land too many decisive blows. No standing counts either. A little bit of desperation now seeping into both boxers. What they don't want is for that to convert into indiscipline in any case. Lots of proactive play from both boxers. And it's an acknowledgement of the situation. It's only a narrow lead for Parveen Hooda. Taguchi knows she's very much in this contest. Parveen Hooda has to just get into all those years of experience. She's been a medalist at the 2019 South Asian Games, President's Cup, Cologne World Cup as well. This is probably one of the sternest examinations that she's faced, with Ayaka Taguchi fighting for all that she's worth in this third round. Solid defense, the requirement. Hit those counters as well as you can. For both boxers, this is right down to the final few seconds. Only a 1-0 lead in terms of judges heading into this third and final round. Last 10 seconds. Is it yet another goal for India, or is it going to be a goal for Japan? They're both satisfied with the outcome, but only one will be smiling at the end of the arms raised by the official. Which way will this turn? Because certainly there were some bright moments for both. Taguchi with the brighter start to the third round, landing some of those blows. But Parveen scrapping her way back. That's been her style in this match. It's never been too technically savvy. but it's been a lot more of pragmatic counter-punching style from the Indian boxer.
Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! One day! One day!
Results of the bout number 82. The winner on points by split decision in the blue corner, representing India, Parveen.
India on 7th heaven. Gold number 7 for India. And it's yet another contest which has gone India's way. With Parveen landing this one in her favor against her Japanese opponent Ayaka Taguchi. It's a first silver for Japan at these World Boxing Cup finals. But it was tight, there's no doubt about it. Split decision. Only a point separating the two at the end of 2 rounds, and even in the third one, it needed both of them to really cling on to the coattails of the other. And that expression of relief at the end from Parveen Hooda. Up next to the women's 65 kg category. No Indian participation here. It's Taiwan's Chen Nen Nian Chim, and she'll be up against Dion Berman of England. Chen Nian Chin,
Bout number 83 final, elite female.
I dare say, broke a few
65
Indian
kg
hearts
weight
in her
category.
semi-finals.
In the red corner, representing Chinese
A very
Taipei,
impressive performance in the way that she beat Neeraj Fogart of India.
Chen.
28-year-old from Chinese Taipei, bronze medalist at the Paris Games last year, and also a 2018 World Championship gold right here in New Delhi. Will probably fancy her chances of pulling this off and eventually
Blue corner,
earning
representing
1 gold for
England,
Taipei.
Burman Dione.
Dion Berman from Leicester, champion in the 66 kg category last year at this event, which was hosted on home turf in Sheffield, the World Boxing Cup Finals of 2024. 6-time national champion, who does bring a fair amount of experience behind her too. Did very well to beat Kang Suk-kyung of Korea in the semi-finals herself.
Judge number 3 from Guatemala, judge number 4 from Canada, judge number 5 from Uzbekistan.
Ahmed Abdel Salama of Egypt, the main official for this. So England versus Chinese Taipei for supremacy in the 65 kg weight category of the women's division. Just one more bout left in the women's competition after this, which will feature India's Pooja Rani against Agata Kaczmarska of Poland. That will of course be the women's 80 kgs. Slight build difference, which will probably reflect in their styles. Stockier, slightly shorter Chen. But a very aggressive style of boxing, and that's what Berman will have to try and contend with. Slow down the pace from the opponent in red. And some decent counters of her own. So far, it's more of a battle of attrition with Chen looking to be the aggressor, but Burman intent on defending her turf. Now she occupies the center of the ring. Can she fashion that into something of an attacking mode? Into the last 30 seconds or so, and you wouldn't really be too confident about which of these boxers has established any kind of supremacy. It's probably been Chen who's done a little bit more of the chasing, but has that substantially contributed to scoring points? I'm not so sure. One thing I can assure you, depending on what the score is, you might see a slightly different tactic from both boxers in the second round. Well, Olympic medalist in Chen Yan-chin, the defending champion in this similar weight category in Dion Bowman. It was always expected to be close, and it was quite close in terms of how the first round panned out. Not too many constructive moves from either boxer. More attack from Chen, more defending from Bowman, which is why the judges also have given it 4-1 in favor of the Chinese Taipei boxer. Only Czechia in favor of Dion Bowman at the moment. Everything still to play for though. Every possibility for Dion Bowman to come back. We've already seen that in some of these matches, both across the semi-finals as well as finals, where boxers have come back from being in seemingly hopeless situations. That is the beauty of the sport, of course. And we hope you are enjoying the coverage just as much as we are enjoying bringing it to you. It's been a fairly long day already. Promises to be longer, but with all the exciting action unfolding in front of us, keeps us all energized. I do believe the officials will be taking just a short break. We won't. We'll be around after this bout comes to an end, or after the next bout comes to an end, rather. The fourth of this evening session. That's a massive one as well. Pooja Rani will be in action for the first time. Got a direct bye into the final. Then controlling the pace of the second round as well. You would expect that from an experienced boxer like her. Not prone to too many errors of judgment. She was exceptional in how she managed that bout against Neeraj Phogat as well. Times it looked like she was not quite able to handle the ascendancy, but just kept herself a little space away from her Indian opponent. Doing something similar with the boxer from England in blue. This is, of course, the final participation in these final matches from the England boxers. Thus far, it's been 2-on-2, with the two men winning their respective gold medal bouts. Oladimeji Shitu in the men's 80, and then Isaac Oko in men's 90 kg category. Both very impressive performances, so Dion Bowman would want to emulate them. She still has time. About 45 seconds in the second round and a round yet to go. The pretty immovable object in front of her in Chen Nianchin. Has a very good awareness about her game, Chen. The way that she backs her strengths, the way that she exploded off the ranks in both rounds. Tried to assert some early dominance, and after that was quite happy to play a slightly more waiting game. Don't be surprised if this round 2 is scored in her favor by the 5 judges. Continues to be cagey from both. But Chen Nianchin just showing the value of her experience. Trading blows left, right and center, but also slowing the pace down when she wants to. Defending quite well in the face of some counter-offensive gestures from Dion Berman of England. This time around, all 5 judges in favor of Chen Nianchin. So the judge from Czechia now tied in terms of scores, 19 apiece for both of them. So a 4-0 lead in favor of the Chinese Taipei boxer. They've had a couple of disappointments with Guo Yixuan and Wu Shiyi losing out against their Indian opponents, but now a chance for Taipei to win their first gold of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida. England looking at potentially their first silver of these games. England also have 3 bronze medals assured. Taipei also have 1 bronze medal overall. 6 bronze medals for Ukraine. Unlucky not to feature in any of the finals. 6 also for Kazakhstan, but they are in a couple of finals. Haven't contested those yet. 5 for Korea, 5 for India in terms of bronze medals, 4 for Uzbekistan, 3 for England, 3 for Poland, 2 for Australia, Japan, and 1 apiece for Taipei before this, and Germany. With 2 silvers, Kyrgyzstan will be in action at some stage, hoping for a solitary gold, round up their medals tally. Chen playing this to perfection, just according to the situation. She has the numbers, she has the advantage. She's ensuring that Berman is kept at an arm's length. Defending well, counter-offending when she can. We've seen some comebacks, but this doesn't look likely at this stage with a minute to go. Despite being the taller opponent, Berman has not really been able to leverage that to any decent extent. And that's simply because Chen has a few different gears of her own. She can attack, she can defend, can get into a chasing mode as well as getting chased. Quite happy to do that. Technically seems to be one of the most proficient boxers that we've seen across this week. Even their fakes, and then puts in a couple of punches of her own. Chen Nianchin very close to the finish line. Wants to finish on a high. It'll probably be her bout anyway. Chen Nianchin watched on by some of her compatriots. and she might well have won Taipei's first gold at these World Boxing Cup finals in Greater Noida. Dion Berman, the woman who won this particular weight category in a similar one, 66 kgs, at the World Boxing Cup finals in Sheffield in 2024, might go home this time around with a silver medal for second best.
Result of bout number 83. The winner on points by split decision in the red corner, representing Chinese Taipei, Chen Nin-chin.
That's quite the celebration from Chen Yen-chin. Tells you how much it means to her. Irrespective of how much of a storied career you have, every victory counts, every medal matters. And this time she's gone all the way and won gold. Wasn't a unanimous verdict, it was 4-1 in the end in favor of Chen, because the Czechia judge deeming this third one to have been won by Dion Berman. But turned out to be a very, very good fight, with Chen Yen-chin winning the first and only gold for Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Our first look at Pooja Rani at these championships, the World Boxing Cup finals, women's 80 kg category, the last weight category to be decided, and she'll be up against an opponent from Poland in Agata Kaczmarska.
Bout number 84. Bout number 84. Final elite female 80 kgs weight category. In the red corner, representing India, Rani Pooja.
Oodles of experience behind her. Pooja Rani, 5-time national champion. She's been 2-time Asian champion as well, 2019, 2021. Bronze medalist at the World Boxing Championships in Liverpool this year, and also won a silver at the World Boxing Cup in Astana in 2025.
Corner, representing Poland, Girls Maska Agata.
Agata Kaczmarska is actually a reigning world champion. She beat Nupur Shion in the 80+ category at the World Championships this year. She's taken the weight category down to 80, and that's why it'll be interesting to see how she copes with what Pooja throws at her in this match.
From Egypt, judge number 1. From World Boxing, judge number 2. From France, judge number 3. From Guatemala, judge number 4. From Chinese Taipei, judge number 5. From Mexico.
Egyptian referee for this. Another India-Poland final at these World Boxing Cup finals in Greater Noida. Final weight category to be decided among the women, where India have been exceptional. They've had a 100% strike rate till now. Seven finals contested, 7 won by Indian women. This will be the 8th. Pooja in red, in action for the very first time at these World Boxing Cup finals. Kaczmarska had come up against a Kazakh opponent, Diana Magayuyeva, and she had won that in the end quite comfortably. Bit of a bruising encounter, isn't it, so far? Pooja trying to be the aggressor early on, but Agata also not taking any backward step. The women's 80 plus kg category gold was won by Nupur, somebody that Agata Kaczmarska beat earlier this year at the World Championships when she was competing in that particular weight category. So has recent form in high matches, high pressure matches against Indian opponents, but this is a different atmosphere. She's playing in Greater Noida. Not been the cleanest of beginnings from both. But no shortage of effort from both Pooja and Agata. One of the defining qualities of Pooja as a boxer in India has been that she keeps her calm. She's never lost her cool, always understands what needs to be done. And she'll need a little bit of that in this match because Agata is proving to be dangerous and unpredictable opponent to come up against. Connects with a couple of shots. There's Pooja yet again. Good combination. The left making contact. As this round has worn on, it is Pooja who's looking like the one who's slightly in control of proceedings. But what will matter is exactly how have the judges examined what has happened in the first 3 minutes. Looking for gold number 8, Pooja Rani has probably made a slightly brighter start. But she's got a big target ahead of her, Agata Kaczmarska. Not someone who can be subdued easily. But Pooja, just as that first round went on, she was able to land a few substantial blows. And that will be reflected in the scores. All 5 judges in favor of the Indian. Agata has to be more adventurous with a 5-0 cushion for Pooja. It's now up to the Polish boxer to try and take the attack to her opponent. She's moving swiftly, she's trying to get those openings, but Pooja is defending well, also countering well. Last women's final at these World Boxing Cup finals thus far. The Indians having had a field day, 7 finals contested by the women, 7-1. And Pooja Rani, looking to make it number 8, has gotten off to the best possible start by winning the first round in her favor, but has to keep that momentum going. Some heavy hitting towards the midriff from Agatha. Good to see from an experienced boxer, trying different things, trying to experiment. Midway through, if plan A doesn't work, then bring into action plan B, plan C. The only way to rattle your opponent and then enforce some errors out of her. But Pooja standing firm, defending well. Heavy puncher herself, which is why she's unafraid to throw a few hefty blows of her own. Both players getting a little bit of a warning. One for punching when the count was broken, and the other for holding on to the other's neck. Getting a little scrappy yet again. Handed out to Pooja. So this second round will be interesting to see how the scores go. There's a possibility that the Polish boxer Kaczmarska has wrested the initiative in her favor. Pooja with some heavy hitting of her own. But this second round has actually gone the way of the Polish boxer, Agata Kaczmarska. Winning this particular round 3-2, and also that warning counting against the Indian boxer. So at the moment, it's Poland who have a slight advantage going into the third round, which means Pooja has to be a bit more adventurous, a bit more open, but yet has to retain as much of judiciousness in her attack as possible. Some heavy punches to begin from the Indian boxer in red. Positive start from Pooja, but Agatha, with all that experience, knows exactly what she needs to do at this stage. Yeah, what Pooja doesn't want at this stage is for another warning or another indiscretion. To keep it clean, needs to try and attack a bit more, just getting forced into defending herself a lot. It's good energy levels from Agata Kaczmarska, just showing why she's been a world champion this year itself. As I have mentioned a few times before, there's absolutely nothing to choose between these boxers. The cream of the crop, and all ranked in the top few, thereabouts. both in terms of where they are in their respective countries and also in the world, which is why the margins of error are very, very tiny. Bouts often decided pretty much on the rare occasional error of judgment or just a moment of inspiration. Pooja probably needs that at this stage. Anxious bench as well, knowing that she needs possibly get moving into this final round. Lots of energy sapped out of both boxers. But Agatha still keeping her wits about herself. Poland don't have a gold yet. But Agatha Kaczmarska could well be closing in on the first gold for the European nation at these World Boxing Cup finals. We shall know shortly. But it's certainly the blue corner which will be feeling a little happier as a result of what transpired in the second two rounds. The third one as well, Agatha Kaczmarska making a lot of positive moves, bearing out her Indian opponent, pushing her into corners. And you could sometimes see that stress on the face of Pooja Rani, the fact that she was looking to chase this bout. Has she done enough? It will be a split decision, but it could well go the way of the Polish boxer.
Result of the bout number 84. The winner on points by split decision in the blue corner, representing Poland, Kaczmarska Agata.
Splendid spirit between the two, but it is Agata Kaczmarska who earns Poland their first gold at the World Boxing Cup finals here in Greater Noida. Came out with purpose, lost out on the first round. In fact, it was 5-0 in favor of Pooja Rani at the first round, which is what makes this comeback all the more remarkable. She sorted out her game plan very quickly and then showed that experience in coming right back into it. So it's the first time that an Indian woman today has lost a gold medal bout. 4 out of 5 in favor of India in this final day of competition at the World Boxing Cup finals.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Well, we've concluded all the women's matches in the evening session, and with that, all the women's finals at the World Boxing Cup finals as well. India still the dominant team, but instead of 8 golds, they now have 7. Let's take a look at the highlights of this session. Shion came out fighting against Nikhat Zareen. But the experienced Nikhat Zareen really just doing enough, staying in control all the way through and clinching that bout in her favor. That was in the women's 51 kg category. That took the Indian gold count up to 5 and then soon went up to 6 as a result of Jasmine Lamboria's efforts against Fushi, yet another fighter from Taipei, somebody who had the Paris Olympics medal behind her in the 60 kg category. But Jasmine was quite superb in the way that she coped with everything that was thrown at her from Fushi. Third successive bout, which featured an Indian with Parveen Hooda in action against Ayaka Taguchi. Was given some trouble, especially early on by Taguchi. But Parveen showed some good resolve, some spunk in her. It was close. Right until the last round, it seemed like either boxer could walk away with the victory in this one. But the third round proved to be quite decisive. Couple of close scores going in her favor. And that's when Parveen Hooda was able to match that in her favor. Chen Yan Chin in action in the female 65 against Dion Burman. And Chen was just very, very professional about everything that she did. She was able to control the pace of that. She was able to attack well. And the final bout, Pooja Rani against Agata Kaczmarska. The first defeat for any of the Indian women, with Agata Kaczmarska emerging victorious in this particular fight. Next match, this is going to be a good one. Munarbek Saidbekulu of Kyrgyzstan in action against Sachin Sivach of India in the men's 60 kg category. Silver medalist from the Paris Olympics from Kyrgyzstan. That was in 57 kg category. And he's also a 2023 world's bronze medalist.
Representing India,
Sachin Sivach, the man from Bhiwani, has had a youth world gold medal and has done really well the way that he's been fighting all the way through. Also a medalist from the Brazil leg of the World Cup this year. This is a significantly difficult assignment for him. Because we have seen Munarbek Saidbekulu, the way that he's been fighting all of his bouts. Extremely tricky opponent to come up against, and that too in a business end of the competition. India, remember, haven't yet had a gold medal from any of the men competing today. Can Sachin change that script? Munarbek Saidbekulu with victories against Pavel Brach of Poland and Will Hewitt of England, while Sachin had to overcome Dilshad Abdulmuradov of Uzbekistan in the semi-finals. World champion all the way back in 2016. But this is it. It's the here and now. It's the men's 60 kg gold medal bout. The first of the men's bouts in the evening session, with 4 more to follow. Munarbek is a past master. He plays mind games. He's excellent technically as well. To beat him, you have to beat both him as well as his watertight technique. At the moment, Munarbek is playing a bit of a waiting game, happy to defend, allowing Sachin occupation of the center of the ring. Knows that he has the possibility and the ability to quickly switch from defense to attack. One minute down And you would say that it is pretty much at parity. Sachin looking to be the slightly more adventurous of the two. Has made a couple of connections, but Munarbek also defending well. Been coached by Sanjay Kumar, another product of the captain Hawa Singh Academy in Bhiwani. Bhiwani pretty much the nursery of India's nursery of the sport, Haryana. One of those places, rare places in India where if you do go into an academy, you'll probably find a number of storied Olympians, medalists, world medalists, youth champions, Asian champions, Commonwealth champions, adorning the walls with some of their portraits and so many inspirations to look up to. But Munarbek comes from Kyrgyzstan. It's another hardy Central Asian nation with a decent history in the sport. It's a tight one. But Sachin is not taking too many backward steps in this contest. Be surprised if this is a split verdict at the end of the first round. But who takes the opening honors? That could prove to be decisive. Munarbek Saitbekulu absolutely happy now to occupy the center of the ring. Frenetic pace about this opening round, and a friendly love tap between the two at the end of it. What has happened though? Munarbek Saitbekulu played the waiting game, allowed Sachin a lot of space, a lot of maneuverability, and Sachin capitalized on that, got some great punches in. It's of course never over until it's over, but for the moment it's well begun by the Indian boxer in blue, landing a few more decisive blows of his own, with 5 judges all going in favor of Sachin for the moment. Ireland, Taipei, Egypt, Mexico and Guatemala.
Second round.
Still everything to play for between Munarbek Saitbekulu and Sachin Sivach, searching for the first gold medal for any man from the Indian contingent at these World Boxing Cup finals in India. If he gets there, it will be gold number 8 for India. Kyrgyzstan's solitary medal will come through Munarbek, but it's a question of whether it will turn out to be gold or silver. It's a frenetic start from Sachin. He's really bringing his A game to the fore. Wants to be brave. Wants to fight fire with brimstone. And that's what's happening early on in the second round. He's leading by points, but he's not thinking about it too much at the moment. This is how you improve. You play the best. You learn from the best. You try and beat them at their own game. Some confident punching and counter punching from both men. Really is being played at a good pace. Not too many stoppages, not too many complications. Nothing much for the referee to intervene on. Clean hits registered from both men. Sachin happy from time to time to get into the corners, use the rope. We've already seen in the finals day as well, for many boxers, taking that defensive stance is not a bad option at times, because it allows you to control the pace. It allows you to hit your opponent on the counter, as Sachin has done. But Munarbek is now raring to get in get a few heavy blows landing on his opponent. Yet again a good combination of punches. Is the second round also going Sachin's way? If that happens, it will just leave a little bit too much to do for Munarbek, one feels. Now going to put everything in his repertoire at his opponent, man from Kyrgyzstan. He's always got a poker face, but he's looking a little animated now. He's looking a little angry, if one can say that. And that's a tribute to how well Sachin has boxed today. Sachin, who's got a little bit of a wry smile, a little bit of a swagger in his walk. Both men enjoying themselves. A thoroughly entertaining second round. But one gets the impression that Sachin has this in control at the moment. Superb boxing. Lots of proactive attacking play from Sachin Sivach, forcing Munarbek into more of a defensive posture from time to time, and then also countering some of the blows that he received with great ferocity. The southpaw from Bhiwani currently in control of this match, with the second round also scored in his favor decisively. It's a 20-18 from all 5 judges. Sachin Sivach within touching distance of a maiden gold for an Indian man at these World Boxing Cup finals in Greater Noida.
Second round. Final round.
Now Munarbek Saitbek Ulu, what do you have in your drawer? Also going to be a measure of stamina in this third round. Sachin has looked fresh, looked energetic, he's looked swift. All attributes which will come in handy if he can continue with that offensive maneuver. Certainly doing well to keep himself away from the corners early on in this third round. Often the case, it's not so much the punches themselves, but it's also the expectation of the punches can be the biggest hindrance into playing your natural game. But Sachin is doing well, ever so well, to find very good balance in keeping his guard up and then moving in swiftly for some punches of his own. Been such a good battle, this probably the best bout of the lot. Faced with a formidable foe, Sachin has really brought his best game to the fore. And whatever happens, Munarbek will also agree that he's enjoyed this hell of a fight. Munarbek now needs to throw everything he has, less than a minute to go, trying to get in a good combination that may not suffice. He has to try and get in for a knockout. Sachin is aware of that. He's also probably aware of the clock running down. Better defensive postures in this third round. Just the need of the hour for the Indian boxer. Getting close, closing in on a gold medal. You get the impression he's probably done it, and that punch will help as well. Just getting Munarbek off his attacking overtures and also biding a little bit of time for himself. Fabulous fight here for the men's 60 kg category, this final. And there'll be a show of respect between the two competitors surely at the end. But it looks like Sachin Sivach has done enough to get a first gold for any man from India at these World Boxing Cup finals. And it was against a formidable opponent, the Olympic medalist in Munarbek, Said Bekulu. But Sachin was very, very clever in the utilization of all the weapons at his disposal. That left particularly working over time. Let's await the result, but this one should be gold for India. Gold number 8 if it comes.
Result of the bout number 85. Win on point by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing India, Sachin
Sivach. Make sure you remember the name. Although that third round was very good, it was actually Munarbek who ended up winning it 3-2. But Sachin had done enough in the first 2 rounds. He's calculated everything to a nicety. Very aggressive, very open in the first 2 rounds. And then in the third round, it was all about management. It was about preventing the knockout punch. And he did so well in the end to carry out a successful execution of his plans against the Kyrgyzstan man who had medaled at the previous Olympics, Munarbek. Sachin wins India's 8th gold.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Now it's the battle of the two youngsters. 21-year-old Hitesh Gulia of India in the 70 kg men's final up against 20-year-old Mursal Nurbek of Kazakhstan.
Final, elite male 70 kg. In the red corner, representing India, Hitesh.
Hitesh has come through a couple of difficult rounds already. Had to beat Okazawa of Japan in the quarterfinals and also beat Ismailov of Uzbekistan in the semi-finals. 21-year-old from Jhajjar in Haryana. He's already had a gold and a silver in the World Cup stages this year and will be looking to cap it off with another successful performance today.
Kazakhstan, Mursal Nurbek.
This guy has been so impressive. Very good game management, outstanding defense, terrific stamina. Beat Ikhtiar Nishanov of Kyrgyzstan in the opening round and then beat Yuri Zakhariev of Ukraine in the semi-finals. The man from Almaty.
Russia, Choudhary, just one from Mexico, just two from Canada, just three from Egypt, just four from Mongolia, just 5 from Bulgaria.
Mursal also had a win at the 67 kg category at the 3rd Elorda Cup in Kazakhstan. That was back in 2024. Somebody who knows how to win big matches, but this is going to be a different prospect. Hitesh Gulia in front of his home crowd. Noisy supporters. Has to black all of that out, but he's done very well so far. This is a different prospect though. Fighting for the gold and up against the home favorite. The first of 2 finals which Kazakhstan will be contesting. Hitesh Gulia has been so good through this week. One has seen him grow in stature, his maturity inside the ring. It will be tested in this match against another young man who's also looked so good in his 2 rounds prior to this. This is a baptism by fire for 2 men in their early 20s. The future of Kazakh and Indian boxing in the ring. What Nurbek normally tends to do is allow his opponent to have most of the attacking play, but here he seems determined to try and take the attack early doors to Hitesh. Possibly also a function of who he's facing. Knows that it is a home crowd behind Hitesh. Wants to silence them as early as possible. Knows that if he concedes any numerical advantage early on, it might be a very difficult thing to come back for. Three more bouts to go after this. The men's 75, the men's 85, followed by the final clash of the night, the men's 90 plus category, which will also feature an Indian boxer in Narendra Barhwal. Hitesh moving with a couple of explosive punches. But Nurbek does very well to move his way out of it. Punch to the midsection, softens up Nurbek Mursal. Mursal's ability to defend has been his greatest strength, but that will be tested in this contest, no doubt, against a naturally attacking Hitesh Gulia. We'll have to wait and watch, but Hitesh Gulia has probably done enough to shade some of the numbers in his favor. It was quite impressive to begin with. Came out with a few good punches. Mursal had his moments as well. And he was a lot more proactive than we've seen him in opening moments in a lot of his bouts. We were surmising that perhaps that is an intended tactic against the home favorite. And that has worked actually in Nurbek Mursal's favor, because he's currently 4-1 up. With only the Mongolian judge deeming it to have been Hitesh Gulia's round. But we've seen comebacks already, and swift ones too. Hitesh Gulia will fancy his chances of effecting something similar in the second round for
Second round.
Round number 7, round number 2 of this evening session. This time, Mursal given a quick warning. What's likeable about Nurbek Mursal is the fact that he's always got a very calm, composed demeanor. He knows that he has the game to come back if he's trailing. You'll see him utilize his height well, crouches a lot of the time as well, makes himself a smaller target. And his defense is quite exemplary, although it has been breached once by Hitesh already. Now, putting him into the corner. He comes punching out, looking to land some counter punches of his own. Yet another feisty, quicksilver bout unfolding at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak complex. Few times in the second round that the official has had to intervene. Hitesh land a few more blows. Can he chase him around the ring? At the moment, Mursal is reverting to his defensive style. After showing signs of being a bit more proactive early, maybe it was a deliberate tactic. All about getting that early lead on points and then hanging on. Making sure that Hitesh is forced to get into more of an expansive game. Just saw Sachin Sivach really dominating his performance against Munarbek Saidbekulu. But Hitesh finding Nurbek a slightly different and difficult customer. Because unlike Nurbek from Kazakhstan is a lot more compact with his overall technique and overall strategy. If he gets the second round in his favor too, then Nurbek could well move out of contention or out of reach for Hitesh. And you get the impression that the man in blue has just done that. Some anxious faces waiting on. Hitesh a lot more positive in this round. Landed a few good punches. And would you believe it? He has actually done more than enough in terms of at least reversing some of that early trend in favor of his opponent from Kazakhstan. Judges number 1, 2 and 5 have now switched over to Hitesh Gulia. So it is still a lead for Mursal, but only just. The second round has been won 3-2 by Hitesh. And it's now a 1-0 lead in favor of Mursal Nurbek with everything to play for in the third round. We love bouts like this because it means that neither boxer can afford to sit back. It'll be an aggressive, attacking, but calculated bit of boxing over the next 3 minutes. Winner takes all. Got to be some error-free boxing from both men. Mursal, one gets the impression this kind of situation might suit him fine if he has to defend for most of it, but he knows that he's only hanging on by a slender margin. It's only 1-0 in his favor. Somehow has to just bring in an element of risk every now and then. Egged on by his home crowd, less than half of this third round to come. The intent is right from Hitesh, but is the execution good enough? At the moment, Mursal is keeping him at a fair distance. Both big men exchanging some heavy blows. Last minute, last chance sell on. It will be a split decision, but which way will it go? Or can we see a knockout from either man? Hitesh has certainly thrown in a few solid punches, but Mursal has defended resolutely. The tiny, tiny advantage which he had to try and take care of. And maybe, just maybe, he's done enough. But we shall know soon. India against Kazakhstan, heading into the final round, pretty much a dead heat. Good friendliness between the two camps, but it was all-out war in the center. Hitesh came out all guns blazing, trying to land a few heavy blows, did connect with a few as well. But Mursal, known for his defense, known for his stamina, dipped into those reserves and kept his opponent at bay for large parts of it. But in those little openings, has Hitesh done enough to upset an anticipated victory for the Kazakh? Let's find out.
Result of the bout number 86. The winner on point by split decision. In the red corner, representing India.
It's Hitesh who gets the win. It's probably just by a whisker, but such is the nature of boxing. It is indeed very close. It's a 3-2 in the end. The last round scored 4-1 in favor of Hitesh. So he was able to do enough to get over as many judges as he needed. Fabulous, fabulous performance from Hitesh Kulia. But spare a thought from Mursal. He was so good all the way through. His defense was solid, but just couldn't handle the barrage of punches which were thrown at him in the closing stages of that third round. And that gives India yet another gold. It's a 9th gold for India at these World Cup finals, and the 2nd for a man immediately after it was delivered by Sachin Sivach in the previous match, the men's 60 kgs.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and they are academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Now we move along to something a little heavier, the men's 75 kg. And it's going to feature a couple of non-Indians. Javokir Abdurrahimov of Uzbekistan against Michal Yarlinsky of Poland.
Abdurrahimov Javokir.
Big man Javokir Abdurrahimov. Couple of impressive victories, beat Aman Konspekov of Kazakhstan and then overcame Pavlo Ilyusha of Ukraine in the semi-finals. The man from Gich Duwan in Uzbekistan. As impressed with his ring craft, but it will be stretched to the limit.
Representing Poland, Yarlinsky Misha.
Bronze medalist at the Brazil World Cup stage, lost out to the gold medalist. The man from Uzbekistan in that occasion was Faziluddin Erinbayev, and caused a bit of an upset when he beat India's Sumit Kundu in the semi-finals of the men's 75 kg category. But he's a great technician, a strong man. Slight height advantage perhaps for Javokir. That's why this will also be a keenly contested and a tactical battle between the two men. Yet another Asia versus Europe, yet another Uzbekistan against Poland. We've seen a few of those at these World Boxing Cup finals. All set. 75 kgs. Final. Javokir in red. Michal Yarlinsky in blue for Poland. Already signs that Zokirova will be trying to capitalize on that reach of his, slight advantage that he has over Mishal. And a safety-first approach from the Polish boxer, trying not to expose himself too much in these early stages. Just about the first minute rolling by. Urge to engage more. Getting pushed into the ropes as well. It's not a positive sign from his perspective. Wants to be as active, as offensive as possible. Now in the center of the ring. Believe the amount of depth that especially a country like Uzbekistan have in this sport in boxing. Terrific turnover of champions which it has produced. Zokirova looking to just add his name, register his name in that list as well. A lot of young boxers who have made this trip across to Greater Noida. The A-listers giving this particular tournament a miss, but they're still there and thereabouts. Well, the mouth guard falling off. Has to be rinsed and put back. Which is so hell-bent in terms of absolutely beating the opposition. Some safety measures in terms of hygiene which are delightful to watch. Brings in a delicate touch to an otherwise tough sport. There will be an addition of about 15 to 20 seconds for that mouth guard change. In the first round, I would think that Zokirova has just taken the honors, only by a small margin perhaps. That might inspire Mishal to come out a bit more aggressive in the second round. He's been a bit patient, a bit cagey, if one can use that expression. Almost as if he's not too prepared to commit. Zokirova Abdurakhimov, poker face, but very good with his actions. Keeps himself active around the ring, quite prepared to use that reach of his. Loves his footwork as well to just keep himself a little out of range of his opponent, and dealt some good useful blows as well, which is why at the moment it's Zokirova Abdurakhimov who has the advantage in this particular match. All 5 judges in his favor. Rare occasion when an Indian judge is out in the medal, because India aren't in this medal bout. Similar to the experience which a lot of Australian umpires tend to have in cricket, because they tend to make so many finals. It's always a pleasant change when some of their own chance to appreciate a neutral final. The perspective of all these young boxers who've been in action through this week, whether from the host nation or from any of the visiting ones, what matters is what lessons will they take out of this. Superb education in terms of seeing some of the best, competing against some of the best. Of course, the ones who win will take back a lot of confidence. Even the ones who have lost out in the early stages hopefully have seen what some of the best around them, whether in their own weight categories or others, or across genders, what they do well. So many master classes available. Her bouts. We also saw what Asilbek Jalilov can do, as well as his counterpart, Samandar Olimov. The two English gold medalists in the men's section were impressive as well. Oladime Jishitu, as well as Isaac Oko. Oko was a master in terms of managing some of his bouts, doing just the right things. Chen Yentin, already. Sachin Sivach was so good. His win against Muna. At the moment, Michal Yarlinsky just not being able to unlock the defense which Javokhir Abdurakhimov is putting up. Very good fight from the man in red, having ascertained a little bit of a lead. Happy of being a little defensive, but doing it with a lot of judiciousness. Into the last 10 seconds, second round. Javokhir Abdurakhimov thus far with the advantage. And can he double it after these 2 rounds of play? Big requirement for Yarlinsky to come back into it. And he was a lot more positive in this round, landing some left jabs which were quite useful. And Javokhir Abdurakhimov maybe, just maybe, needs to be a little bit more proactive in terms of trying to manage this, because these men's matches in the evening session are turning out to be all humdingers. The second round has been won quite effectively by Michal Yarlinsky, and look at that, it's 19 everywhere. All the judges have both of them in a dead heat. It's 0-0. So it's a one-round shoot-off between Abdurakhimov, Javokhir and Michal Yarlinsky for the gold in the men's 75 kg. All to play for, which is why you'll see a lot more adventurousness from Javokhir, and this is where he has to show his range. His defense has been solid in this match, but he has to attack more often too. But it's a tricky one for both to negotiate, because Yarlinsky also will not exactly know at what stage has he done enough. These are the most difficult ones to play out, I would suspect, as a boxer. You obviously have a fair idea of what you've done right in the rounds that you've won. But do you have it in you to change gears? Try and play the situation a bit more. Javokhir, a lot more in the center of the ring now. Indicative of his newfound attempt at being assertive, aggressive. Two bouts yet to come. The men's 85 final, Jasurbek Yulchodev of Uzbekistan against Sultanbek Aybar Ali of Kazakhstan. And we have the men's 90 plus, the super heavyweights, where Khalimjon Mamasoliev of Uzbekistan will be taking on India's Narendra Barhwal to bring the curtain down on the World Boxing Cup finals of 2025. 20 weight categories. Been an exceptional final day with loads and loads of action. Some great fights. This promises to be the closest of the lot. 0-0 after 2 rounds, because whatever happened in the first round got cancelled out in the second. Very rare to see that kind of a scorecard. where all judges switch over after the first round, but it is that subjective, it is that tight between all these boxers. Closing in on the last 10 seconds. Who's won this one? If you've got a good guess, let me know. One thing's for sure, they'll both claim it. Jabokir Abdurakhimov probably not showing it as much as his opponent, but in his mind he would have thought that he's done enough here. Michal Yarlinsky, just like he did in the second round, also landed a few hefty blows. But Jabokir was a lot more open, was a lot more attacking. The only question is, how has it gone down in the 5 judges book? Virtually a dead heat, but it will be won by one of them. And also for the reason that it was 0-0 and there are 5 judges. So whoever gets a majority here wins. It will be a split decision and it will be right down
Result of the bout
to the
of
last
87. Win on point by split decision. In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Abdurakhimov Jakobir.
And there we have it. It's Abdurakhimov Jabokir who has won a 3rd gold for Uzbekistan at these World Boxing Cup finals. And it's well deserved too, because he really did control the narrative in that match. For most part, it was him who was in control. And while he lost the second round and forced this one to go into a shoot-off, the end, a split decision, earning it for Jabokir Abdurakhimov of Uzbekistan against Poland. So, let's move along. How are we placed now? Yasurbek Yuldoshev of Uzbekistan against Sultanbek Aybar Ali.
Final elite male,
And it's the 85 kg category.
In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Yuldoshev Yasurbek.
Yuldoshev didn't win too many friends, I'm afraid, at this arena, because he beat India's Jugnu Ahlawat in the semi-finals. Before that, a victory against Lachlan Lawson of Australia.
In the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan, Aybaruli Sultanbek.
Sultanbek Aybar Ali, quite a formidable unit. The man from Taraz in Kazakhstan. Asian youth, gold in 2022 in Jordan. Beat Kim Dae-on of Korea. Of course, he won silver, beg your pardon, at the Asian youth back in 2022. And that was in the 80 kg category. So he has leveled up with age.
Just one from Croatia, just two from India.
Barry Tucker of Ireland set to officiate this. All Central Asian clash. Two massive powerhouses, not just in terms of these two boxers alone, but also the nations they represent, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan already represented in these finals. A narrow defeat just a while ago for Nurbek Mursal of Kazakhstan against Hitesh Gulia. Can Sultanbek Aybar Ali walk away with the solitary gold for the Central Asians from these World Boxing Cup finals.
Round 1.
At the moment, India leading the pack with 9 golds. There have also been 3 of those picked up already by Uzbekistan. So looking for a 4th gold if he can get there. Yasurbek in red. Sultanbek will be hoping to pick up the 1st gold for Kazakhstan. The other winners, Poland with 1 gold as well. England with 2 golds, both of them coming in the men's section. And Taipei registering themselves score sheet as well with 1 gold. Australia with 1 gold and Japan with 1 gold earlier in the afternoon session. Those are pretty much the medalists in terms of the teams which are leading. Uzbekistan still in the hunt. Kazakhstan looking to pick up their solitary gold, 1st gold at these World Boxing Cup finals. Akin to what the heavyweight categories normally throw up. More of a joust at the moment. No significant movement made. Both men pretty much in the center of the ring. Not wanting to give too much of an advantage to the other. Yuldoshev at the moment trying to just prise open that defense from Sultanbek. But Sultanbek showed in his semi-final that he's got an excellent defensive technique. They are the best of the best, and they have pretty much fought in that manner as well. Yuldoshev beating Jugnu Alawat and Sultanbek beating Kim Dae-hon. Kazakhstan have been a traditional powerhouse in the World Cups this year in this weight category. And that's exactly what Aibar Ali Sultanbek in blue is hoping to emulate in this match. Probably a tight one, but I would think that a few more constructive moves made by the man in blue. It was Yuldoshev Yasurbek who tried to come off the blocks a little more aggressively, but you could always sense that he was a bit wary of that long reach of the Kazakh boxer Aibar Ali. And Sultanbek just playing this very smartly right through. Probing punches, nothing too substantial, but enough to rock his opponent and also to have all the judges on his side. Sultanbek Aibar Ali currently reading with all 5 judges deeming it to have gone in his favor. Are we going to see a 1st gold for Kazakhstan?
Round 2.
Uzbekistan featuring in the evening session for only the 2nd time in a final. They had a glut of boxers, especially in the women's section in the lighter weight categories. Thus far this evening, it has been mostly only these heavyweight. 75, we saw Javokhir walking away with the gold, picking up a 5th gold for Uzbekistan. They already have 4 silvers. Now, is it going to be a 6th gold or is it going to be a 5th silver? Depends on how Yuldoshev can come back Jasurbek in red into the second round. Instinctively, Sultanbek seems to have a slightly better technique, forcing Jasurbek into defending a lot more. He's the one chasing the game, but he's the one also being chased around the ring at the moment. Sultanbek in blue, lording over the center of it. Jasurbek trying to approach him from all angles, but then comes up against a solid defense. And then Sultanbek quickly throws in a combination of punches to reverse the pressure. Men's 85, the penultimate final on the last day of competition here. The World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. Some reputations enhanced, some made, some dreams shattered. That is the nature of sport. What's been exemplary is the sporting spirit between all the competitors. It's almost as if sometimes they've enjoyed the other's success much more than their own failure, or much more than the grief of their own failure. That is not surprising because all of these are regulars on the circuit. They know each other very well. They spend a lot of time competing with and against. And friendships do develop because at the end of the day, it is all about the sport. But Sultanbek at the moment is controlling the narrative beautifully in this men's 85 kg title bout. A good performance. Yuldoshev still needing to chase this game because Sultanbek has been absolutely dominant in this entire round. Pushing his opponent into corners, getting those lefts and rights, good reach of his into action as well. And while a couple of useful blows did land from Yuldoshev Jasurbek, it wasn't enough as yet to sway the judges his way. A 4-1 count this time in favor of Iber Ali Sultanbek. That means that he's leading 4-0 overall. Because the one Australian judge who had given the first round to Sultanbek has now switched over to Jasurbek. Still got a very relaxed demeanor. Still knows that it's not completely out of bounds at this weight category. He can also move in for those knockouts if you can, land a heavy blow. But so far, Sultanbek has had the better of his opponent, especially in attacking positions. It's a simple technique. It's not too much that he does. Just holds up his left to protect one wing and then keeps attacking, keeps probing from the other. It's rudimentary, but it's elementary. Good thing is Sultanbek never really gets too defensive for his own good. Even though he has the points in his favor, he still wants to keep going, still wants to keep attacking. Knows that the best way to prevent Jasurbek from coming back into this is to keep him defending most of his punches. Kazakhstan inching towards their opening gold at the World Boxing Cup Finals.
Head up, Red. Head up, Red. Don't swap it, Red. Keep your heads up. Keep your heads up.
Jasurbek is trying his best.
Box.
He getting into attacking positions, but Sultanbek just sends him right back into the corners. Now looking to bait his opponent, looking to bring him onto him. A bit of tiredness as well, some self-preservation. Good right, connected, but Jasurbek needs a few more of those. He needs positive sign from his opponent. He needs a couple of blows which can completely unlock the defense. Sultanbek is very experienced, very canny, knows exactly what he's doing at this stage. Composed, comprehensive. Into the last 10 seconds. Closing in on an opening gold. It won't be Uzbekistan, one feels. It should be a gold for Kazakhstan. Little acknowledgement, a tap on the back as if to say, well played, mate. Sultanbek Aybar Ali with plenty of smarts right through this bout. That simple technique, repeatable technique shown again. Protecting one side and then attacking through the other. Using the left a lot more in this third round, but that was also a function of the way that Yuldashev Jasurbek was throwing everything at his opponent. Should be a gold for Kazakhstan.
Result of the bout number 88. The winner on point by split decision. In the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan, Aybaruli Sultanbek.
Sultanbek Aybar Ali is the champion at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida for 2025. It's the first gold, only gold. It's a split decision though. The third round was actually won by Yuldashev Jasurbek. So it was closer than it suggests, but the first two rounds had settled it for the boxer from Kazakhstan. Terrific fight that we witnessed. Good attacking boxing from both men, and eventually won by the man in blue from Kazakhstan. Crowds have thinned somewhat. It was absolutely raucous when we were in the afternoon session. But here it is, the final bout. Super heavyweight, the men. Halim John Mamasoliev of Uzbekistan up against Narendra Barhwal of India. One final time, India versus Uzbekistan, the two top teams in this entire competition. India with 9 golds, can they make it 10? Uzbekistan with 3 golds, can they make it 4?
In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Mamasoliev Halim John.
Halim John Mamasoliev, the reigning Asian champion, also the 2024 Youth World Champion, beating Ju Tae-young of Korea in that particular in his last match. In fact, that was in Montenegro when he won the World Youth Championship.
In the blue corner, representing India,
Narendra Barhwal, the reigning Asian Games bronze medalist from 2022. Also won a bronze in the second stage in Kazakhstan, losing out to the eventual champion, Aybek Ozalbay from Kazakhstan. The man from Hisar, Haryana. Can he cap it off with a sweet, sweet victory for India in these World Boxing Cup Finals of 2025?
Garcia Just one from Ireland. Just two from France.
Giovanni Garcia of Guatemala will be the official for this.
From Mexico. Just five from Mongolia.
Two extremely strong, well-built competitors. This will be as much about desire, as much about stamina as anything else. Hopefully, from a technical perspective, it will be a good spectacle. One final time, much the way that the final day began. It's India versus Uzbekistan, but this time in the men's 90+ kg category. Halim John against Narinder. Narinder inviting his opponent to get a bit more aggressive by keeping his guard down. Now the two exchanging spaces in terms of the center of the ring. Halim John is wary of Narinder's ability to send those big wings flying in his direction, always maintaining a safe distance from his opponent. Plenty of advice coming in from the sideline, especially for Narinder. I'm not sure. Halim John does have great proficiency in Hindi. Although that being said, the Uzbek nationals tend to, Uzbek nationals tend to know a little bit of Hindi. I know that from experience. The school I went to in Delhi actually had an exchange program with students from Uzbekistan, and it turned out that a lot of them knew a lot more Hindi than one would ever have believed. Of course, we know about how Hindi movies, Indian movies that is, have been popular in the former Soviet republics. That's probably the reason why the languages are also somewhat followed in some of the former Soviet nations, Uzbekistan being one of them. But for the moment, it's a battle of attrition all the way. Halim John doing a lot more of defending, and that could reflect in the way that the judges see this round. Narinder just chomping at the bits, looking at opportunities to move in. Times throwing in some angry punches, especially that right of his, almost like a stern schoolmaster. He's made a contact a couple of times. We're into the last 10 seconds. Tight one to call, but probably just shaded by Narinder at the moment. The Uzbek boxer who walks away quite satisfied. Halim John Mamasoliev. He's married a lot of defense with some moments of spirited offense, especially early on in that round, getting those punches in. And Narinder, while he did grow into that round as it wore on, probably not able to land substantial enough punches. It is Mamasoliev who holds the advantage at the moment, 10-9 in favor of the boxer from Uzbekistan. India with 9 golds and 5 silvers so far. 15th final for them. This is the 9th final for Uzbekistan. They have 3 golds and 5 silvers themselves. Can they make it a 4th gold? At the moment, it's Halim John who's favored to do that, but things can change swiftly. Second round, crucial round coming up. A good thing to see. Khalim John not looking to sit back. He's looking to attack as well. Knows that he can put this contest to bed. Because of its nature, because it's 90 plus kgs, there'll probably not really be a knockout punch. Both men more than capable of defending themselves against the other. What he wants to do is create enough of a separation that the third round becomes immaterial. It'll just give him a bit of breathing space as well, and he can defend if he wants in the third. Narendra also flagging in terms of his energy levels. He has done a lot of attempting to attack rather than substantial attacking. World Boxing Cup Finals, match 20 of 20 on the final day. The last of the gold medals to be decided between India and Uzbekistan began in much the same way today with the flyweight women, when Minakshi was taking on Farzona Fozilova. From that, it has moved along to the heavy hitters in the men's section, men's 90 plus kgs. Narendra needs to be careful, doesn't want to get too defensive in the scheme of things. Good left landed by Khalim John. Must be said, Khalim John, Mamasoliev showing a lot more reserves of energy, and that's helping him. He's a lot more mobile than his opponent. Narendra tends to get a little static at times. That makes it easier. Khalim John, who's boxing in the fashion of somebody more in a 70 or 75 kg category. Last 10 seconds, and Khalim John Mamasoliev will probably think that he's inching in on a gold medal for Uzbekistan. Many more positive moves made by the boxer in red. Narendra just not able to get himself moving substantially enough, or to get into positions from where he can launch frontal assaults on his Uzbek opponent. Khalim John Mamasoliev at the moment looking solid. Third round. We haven't been given the official scores, but I'm going to go ahead and call it. Khalim John Mamasoliev is leading this bout, which is why it's all to do for Narendra Barhwal. The position, based on what we have seen in these heavier weight categories, always more difficult to come back into it once you've lagged behind, because of the energy expended in the first two rounds and because of the relative parity in strength among the competitors, parity in height as well. Khalim John Mamasoliev is doing very well. Narendra gets one punch in, but perhaps too little too late in this contest. Needs at least to initiate a standing count if he can, but at the moment Khalim John is doing so well to stay out of his reach. He won't mind conceding this round because he has the first two in his bag. we think. So the day's play began with comfortable victory for India against Uzbekistan, and it might finish with an inversion in the men's section. Been very smart ring craft from Khalimjan. He's still got a lot of energy, he's still got a lot of pace about him. That is something which is to mention is not the case with Narinder. Does land a good right though. Those moments have been really few and far between in this match. Does look like it will end up being a fourth gold for Uzbekistan and a sixth silver for India at these World Boxing Cup finals. Conclude all of the matches at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. The friendly gesture between the two, but the Uzbekistan camp knowing what may have transpired across those 3 rounds. Khalimjan Mamasoliev handing out a really good masterclass to his opponent. Kept fighting, kept attacking in this third round as well. And never really allowed Narinder any ascendancy in the contest. Wait for the official judgment of the final bout of the World Boxing Cup Finals of 2025 in Greater Noida. Pause. The officials still trying to sort everything out. It's been now passed on after a final ratification.
Result of the bout number 89. The winner on point by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Mamasoliev Khalimjan.
It's a good performance from Khalimjan Mamasoliev. Always seemed to be in control in this match and never really allowed Narinder to have any sort of momentum. Right from the start, he was positive, he was a lot more mobile than his opponent. Narinder perhaps making the mistake of expending a bit too much energy for little effect in the first round. But after that, it was Khalimjan Mamasoliev who controlled the pace of the event. He made sure that he always had the ascendancy. He knew he had the points difference, but yet he capitalized and kept attacking Narinder. That brings us to pretty much the end of all the competitions. A quick run through in terms of what's happened on the medals tally. It's India who finished on top. They've won 9 gold medals. They've finished with 6 silvers. And Uzbekistan have finished second with as many as 4 golds and 5 silvers for themselves. This was how the evening session panned out. Zareen, the Indian superstar, in action against Ruo Yixuan of Chinese Taipei. And there were some good blows exchanged, especially early on, but Zareen, once she got a grip of her opponent, she was never going to let go. and quite dominating eventually in winning that by a fairly comfortable margin. Zareen did very well. Second bout saw Jasmine Lamboria winning against Wushi. So the second successive final which contested an Indian against a Taipei boxer, and a second successive one which was won by India against Chinese Taipei. Wushi, of course, the Olympic medalist, and a big scalp for Jasmine to actually end up winning that. And then Parveen Huda winning against Ayaka Tajuchi. 3 successive golds. Let's hear from Boris van der Vaart.
For his excellent leadership and outstanding commitment to boxing in India. President Singh, please come to the stage. I want to thank you for joining World Boxing when it really matters. 1 year ago, one of the first in Asia who joined World Boxing to save the Olympic dreams for every boxer in every gym in the world. Thank you very much, Dhanyavad, President Singh. For you, this special award to thank you for all the work that you're doing for Boxing Federation of India. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you soon next year by the next World Boxing Cup series. All the best. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for the President of World Boxing and my dear friend Boris. I think the world will not forget, and the boxing world will certainly not forget, his contribution to the world of boxing. For 3 years he has led boxing in the world and has kept the Olympic dream alive. It is because of him that boxing today is part of LA 2028, and whether he remains president or not, for us, he is always World Boxing President, and the world of boxing will always and always owe him a huge debt of gratitude. So thank you very much, Boris. Indian boxing owes you a lot, and the world of boxing owes you a great deal. Thank you so much.
We've seen some of those matches. We saw Zareen win against Go Yishuan. We saw Jasmine winning against Wushi, a lot closer than that 4-1 result suggests. Parveen Huda also had to fight her way through against Ayaka Taguchi of Japan. Then we saw Yen Chin coming up with a dominating performance. 4-1, yes, but she was always in control against England's Dion Berman. And then Agatha Kaczmarska winning 3-0 against Pooja Rani of India. Pooja Rani's solitary bout in this entire event. The only silver won by a woman today in Indian colours. Sachin Siwach then followed up with a massive victory against Munarbek Saitbekulu. Yet again, the 5 love doesn't reveal how close it was as a bout. But Sachin was so good in terms of how he managed himself right through. Hitesh Gulia also a narrow 3-2 victory against Mursal Nurbek. And that was another match which really promised to go all the way to the wire, and that's exactly what it did from Kazakhstan. Javohir Abdurakhimov also a victor against Mishal Yarlinsky 4-1. And then Aibar Ali Sultanbek was so good in the solitary gold medal for Kazakhstan at these World Boxing Cup finals in his match against Yasurbek Yuldoshev of Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan getting some joy to finish with Halimjon Mamasoliev against Narendra Barhwal with a massive 5-0 victory. In the afternoon session, none of the Indian men had been able to break the jinx of going for gold, but that changed the very first one with Sachin. The way that he came up with his performance against Munarbek. This was when the crowd was really invested in it. Terrific pace about this. Munarbek Saidbek Hulu, an Olympic medalist in front of Sachin Sivach, but Sachin was so good, fiery, kept his energy levels high all the way through, and even though the last round was won by Munarbek, it was a victory for the Indian. This was a lot more close when we saw Hitesh Gulia taking on Nurbek Mursal. Mursal in fact had the advantage at one stage, but then Hitesh came back, hit back well, got his offensive game in gear, and Mursal, while he tried to defend with all his might, it was in the end a narrow 3-2 victory for India's Hitesh Gulia to confirm yet another gold medal for India. This was followed by one of two bouts which didn't feature an Indian in the final. Javohir Abdurakhimov against Mishal Yarlinsky. Yarlinsky did exceptionally well to come back into it after losing the first round, won the second one, forced it into pretty much a tie-off or a shoot-off. That last round, it was Abdurakhimov showed a lot of canny ability to hang in there, to defend well and to counter-attack well to win another gold for Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan's Yasurbek Yuldoshev though didn't get any joy against Sultanbek Aibar Ali from Kazakhstan, the man in blue, fighting a near perfect fight in terms of how he dominated all of the aspects of it, defending well, attacking well, moving to his heart's content and keeping his Uzbek opponent on the back foot for most of it. The only gold, the only medal in fact for Kazakhstan on this final day of action. And then Halimjon Mamasoliev in red against Narendra Barhwal of India. Positive intent from the outset from the man from Uzbekistan, and ended up ensuring yet another gold, a fourth in all for Uzbekistan to finish in second place behind hosts India, who have finished with 9 gold medals. There have also been 2 for Australia, 2 for England, 1 for Poland, 1 for Taipei, 1 for Australia, and 1 for Japan and 1 for Kazakhstan in these World Boxing Cup finals.
Yeah, I'm Suraj, Marketing Commission Chairman of BFI, and their academy from Kerala. They are officially partnering with World Boxing to promote boxing for the children in Kerala, Kannur, India.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalist in women's 51 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Ajay Singh, President, Boxing Federation of India, and Vineet DDG, Sports Authority of India. Bronze medalists are Rakim Mabadi, Zansaya, Kazakhstan, Geneva Gulsevar, Uzbekistan. Silver medalist is Guo Yihuan, Chinese Taipei. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Nikhat Zareen, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone.
So Nikhat Zareen re-establishing and reaffirming her supremacy in the women's 51 kg category. Fabulous campaign for her, the way that she came out in her 2 matches against Gulsever Kanieva of Uzbekistan, as well as the eventual silver medalist Guo Shiyuan. Let's move along, shall we? The next one is the female 57
Dear
kg.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies for the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in Women's 57 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be represented by Mrs. Shivani Singh, Director SpiceJet, Avantika, Boxing Federation of India. Bronze medalists are Park Hyun, Korea, Sarsingbek Ulzahan, Kazakhstan. Silver medalist is Wu Shiyi, Chinese Taipei. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Jasmine India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in women's 60 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Debojo Mahirshi, Boxing Federation of India, and Brigadier Sandeep Chahal, MOW Army. Bronze medalists are Glenn Elise, England. Rejiska Anita Elzbieta, Poland. Silver medalist is Takuchi Yaka, Japan. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Parveen, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in women's 65 kg weight category. The medals and flowers will be presented by Rajesh Bhardwaj, Chairman LOC, and Lalit Verma, Head of Sports, Chiripal. Bronze medalists are Kang Sukyung, Korea. Fogat Neeraj, India. Silver medalist is Barhwal, England. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Shen Ni Shen, Chinese Tipi. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Chinese Tipi. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in women's 80 kg weight category. The medals and flowers will be presented by Mr. Pawan Bhaskaran, President, Tamil Nadu Boxing Association and Treasurer, Boxing Federation of India, and R. Rajendran, Chairman, Rings Official Commission, Boxing Federation of India. The bronze medalist is Magauyeva Diana, Kazakhstan. Silver medalist is Pooja Rani, India. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Kazmazka Agata, Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Poland. Now request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in men's 60 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Mr. Sudhanshu Mittal, President Coco, and Colonel Mohan, Commandant ASI. Bronze medalists are Hewitt William, England; Abdumurodov Dilshod, Uzbekistan; silver medalist is Sitpak Ulu Manarbay, Kyrgyzstan; gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Sachin, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in men's 70 kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Boris Wonder Boss, President World Boxing, and Krishna, Administrator Venue. Bronze medalists are Ismailov Muhammad Asilbek, Uzbekistan, Zakhariev Yuri, Ukraine. Silver medalist is Mursal Nurbek, Kazakhstan. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Hitesh, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalist in 75 kg weight category. The medals and flowers will be presented by Major General V.K. Pillai, Army veteran, and Chiranjit Singh, WIRC EC member, Boxing Federation, India. Bronze medalists are Lucia Pavlo, Ukraine, Sumit, India. Silver medalist is Jelinsky Mikhail, Poland. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Abdurakhimov Javuki, Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Uzbekistan. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in men's 85 kg weight category. The medals and flowers will be presented by Jalaj Joshi, Balmer and Lori, and C. Babu Rao, President Telangana Boxing. Bronze medalists are Jugno, India, and Kim Dae-hoo, Korea. Silver medalist is Ildoshev Jasurbek, Uzbekistan. Tajikistan. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Final 2025 champion is Ebaroli Sultanabek, Kazakhstan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Kazakhstan. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to medal ceremonies of World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 in Greater Noida, India. Please welcome the medalists in men's 90 plus kg weight category. Medals and flowers will be presented by Francis Vegas, President, Goa Boxing, Ram Awale, Nepal Boxing, Rajan Sharma, Secretary, Jammu and Kashmir Boxing. Bronze medalists are Superbe Danyar, Kazakhstan, Taeyong, Korea. Silver medalist is Narendra, India. Gold medalist and World Boxing Cup Finals 2025 champion is Mamasulev Kalimjo, Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Uzbekistan. Now I request the dignitaries to please take the group photograph with the medalists.
So this was it from the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025. We can confirm for you that India eventually winning top of the table with 9 golds, as many as 6 silvers, and also picking up 5 bronze medals in addition. But Uzbekistan also deserve a lot of credit for the way that they went about their business, earning as many as 4 golds and finishing with 5 silver medals, and also some successes for the likes of England, Australia, Poland, Taipei, Japan, and not to forget Kazakhstan. It's goodbye and good night from the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.